Good evening, Cerritos residents and members of our community. I would like to call to order the Monday, January 12, 2026, 7 o'clock p.m. City Council Successor Agency regular meeting. The invocation will be given by Chaplain Joseph Torres of Calvary Chapel, Artesia. And the pledge will be led by the Carver Academy Student Council. Please rise for the invocation, and then let's all remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance by Carver Academy Student Council. Chaplain Torres.
Thank you. Good evening, council. Good evening, residents. Thank you for having me here, and let's go ahead and go into our invocation. Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you on behalf of all those who are gathered here this evening in the service and the support of the residents of Cerritos. Not only do we all thank you for the life itself, but also for the safety, health, and unity to continue to provide for our community. This evening, we do want to pray for our community, as well as those around California, especially the city of Wrightwood after the storms that took place and all the things that are happening around our nation, Lord, that we lifted up to you. Lord, for our community, we ask for your continued protection over us and express the gratitude to our mayor, the city council members, as well as the city officials, city employees, and the volunteers for their desire to take on the roles of service to the residents of Cerritos. I pray that our city council works through the agenda that's set before us tonight, that you will grant them all wisdom to govern well and make good decisions on behalf of our community, the ability to discern and anticipate what true needs are for the residents of Cerritos, both known and unknown, confidence and courage in the decisions which need to be made both now and in the future. May our city council continue to work together in harmony, respect, and bipartisanship to set an encouraging example to our residents and surrounding communities. Lastly, I would pray you would give each of them peace in their lives, joy in their roles, personal health, and blessings upon them, as well as the city of Cerritos employees, volunteers who have chosen this vocation of serving others. It is in your great and holy name that we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Okay. Please remove any non-religious hats and hoods. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may now be seated.
Hey, thank you. And Chaplain Torres, don't leave, okay? Hey, City Council, come back up, please. Oh, Student Council, please. Student Council, this is the City Council. We're thankful to the Student Council. We already know what school you go to. You go to the fantastic Carver Academy. Can you please tell us your name and what your position is on the Student Council? Let's go.
Oh, we don't have a position.
You don't have positions. You're just
No.
all on the Student Council. Okay, tell us your name and your grade, please.
Oh, my name's Anaya, and I'm in 6th grade.
My name is Ariana, and I'm in the 6th grade as well.
My name is Jordan, and I'm also in 6th grade.
My name is Gia, and I'm in 6th grade.
My name is Emma, and I'm in 6th grade.
My name is Noah, and I'm in 6th grade.
My name is Levi, and I'm in 6th grade.
My name is Gwen, and I'm in 6th grade.
My name is Sierra, and I'm in 6th grade.
My name is Cassidy, and I'm in 6th grade. My name is Crystal, and I'm in 6th grade.
Was everybody in 6th grade? Yeah. All right, that's great. Okay, so Chaplain Torres and Carver Academy Student Council, let's go take a photo over here. Can someone please put the backdrop down? Council colleagues, would you join me? Fill it in. Chaplain Torres, get in here.
Yeah. Yeah, Principal Martyr is here somewhere. Where did she go? He's just sitting over there. Oh, there she is. She's over there. Awesome. Principal Martyr. I'm here. I'm here. Frank, can you? Yes. Oh, you're so kind. Yeah. Oh, you're so kind.
Squeeze on in. Okay, everybody, where's Chaplain? Okay.
I'm good. I'm good.
Position your heads in between the openings. Okay. You can come down if you want. If you want, you can come down. If you want. Okay, tell us when you're ready, Glenn.
Right here. You see flash, okay? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Two more. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You stay there. All right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3.
I think there's a parent.
No? Everybody good? Okay. Right, thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda. Thank you so much. CJ. Yeah, she's my good friend. So yes, thank you today for being there.
Thank you Thank you, Carver.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call?
Council and Agency Member Hong.
Here.
Council and Agency Member Polito.
Present.
Council and Agency Member Say.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem and Vice Chair Johnson.
Present.
And Mayor and Chair Yokoyama.
Here, thank you. The next item is 5A presentations. Okay, this is a really special one. City employee retirement. Rogan Gerard. Come on up.
See ya.
Rogan Gerard. The Cerritos City Council and the City of Cerritos is so honored to have known this good man. And we proudly are going to be presenting him tonight with a plaque in recognition not of his retirement from the City of Cerritos, but for 33 years of exceptional service to Cerritos residents and to the City of Cerritos. Thank you, Rogan. "33 years of service," because Rogan began his career in 1992 with the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts as the head carpenter, joining the city before the theater was even completed. He supported the center's inaugural performance featuring Frank Sinatra in 1993. Throughout his career, Rogan oversaw stage construction, rigging, scenic elements, and major mechanical systems. He helped develop the arena configuration, now one of the center's signature formats. And he established safety and operational procedures that have guided every generation of stage crew to this day. His expertise extends across the theater's major mechanical and configuration systems, and he has collaborated with engineers, consultants, and city staff on maintenance, upgrades, and long-term planning. Over more than 3 decades, he supported thousands of concerts, performances, community events, and touring productions, often working nights, weekends, holidays, and in one memorable week, an incredible 127 hours. You'll tell me that story someday soon. Rogan studied technical theater and entertainment technology at Long Beach City College, contributed his skills to the Armed Forces Entertainment, and served as president of AFSCME Local 619. He is also the proud father of 14-year-old twins. And I know from our many conversations that is what he's proudest about. So on behalf of the Cerritos City Council, I'm so honored that I am the mayor of the city today, that I can present you with this plaque recognizing you for your exemplary, exceptional 33 years of service to the city of Cerritos and to the 48,300 Cerritos residents. Thank you. So, Rogan, if you could please say a few words, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Frankie. It was a real pleasure to work for the city of Cerritos. It's not always been easy, and sometimes it's been hard, but me, myself, and the team I worked with always took pride in working for the city of Cerritos and making sure that we accomplished everything the fastest, the most economical, and the best. I am supported today by many team members that I've worked, many of them 25 years, one that's here that's 33 years as well. And I'm very proud to see them here supporting me on this special day. It's because of them that I stayed as long as I have. I worked as hard as I did, and I achieved what I achieved. I didn't do this on my own. I did this with people supporting me. Just like many of you in the audience have family members, friends, and colleagues that support them. So, although this is the end of my chapter here working for the city of Cerritos, I really want to thank the city of Cerritos, its management team, this city council, anybody past or present that's worked at the Performing Arts Center for making it a pleasure to work for the city of Cerritos for 33 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rogan. And I feel that we have to, you have been such a good friend to the Cerritos City Council. I'm going to see if my colleagues want to say a few words. So, Jennifer, would you like to say a few words?
Hello. I'm so honored to meet him before. And the first impression I have about him, I say, oh my God, this guy is so tall. But you know what? He's tall and he looks very strong person, but he has a very warm heart. And he works really hard for the city. And I really admire him and I appreciate him a lot for working for the city. And I appreciate your friendship and your support. And thanks for what you have done for our city. And we're gonna miss you, but this is gonna be a new chapter for you, you know. So enjoy your retirement with your family and have a new chapter, you know. Congratulations, although we miss you though. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
You know what, Mr. Gerard, I can't call you Reagan. I have to call you last name to pay the respect your service to our city. Okay, so I also talk about, I wrote about it, so I won't miss any words about you, what you contribute to the city of Cerritos. I wrote down here, thank you for your 30 years of dedicated services. You gave so much to your time and energy, often away from your family to serve our city, CCPA. I had a great opportunity to get to know you and me, your family, your wife and children. At that time, you did express about time had been taken away so much from you and family. So I would like to say it was clear how much that you have supported you throughout your career. I really see that. From the staff, support you so much about you that definitely you're one of the definitely in need and it's great loss to our city. You shared that after retirement, you plan to truly focus on spending time with them, with your family, and this is well-deserved. And I do want to say thank you for your service. And we wish you all the best as you begin the next chapter of your journey. Best luck to you. And we're looking forward you come back. You told me you're going to come back, help us.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Rogan, I just want to speak directly to you, not as a colleague, not as a council member, but really as a friend. I owe you a great debt of gratitude for all that you have helped me with, to help empower me with the knowledge of this great city that you have kept watched over for more than a generation, 33 years. Over those 33 years, I've grown up because when you got started, that's about the time when I was started coming back and started thinking about giving back to the hometown. I was still in college. I was there during that inaugural week where something magical happened in our hometown that you and all the great unsung team behind the scenes help usher in a whole new era for our community, demonstrating our deep commitment to the arts, which is, I really believe, one of the many things that we live for. That the arts are really an expression of the best of humanity. And you set the stage each and every show with the dedicated efforts of all those who have come and gone over the years, over the decades, to present the best of our community for all those who would come far and wide. And though there have been a lot of slings and arrows, there have been a lot of criticisms of the great Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts, you have been steadfast, unsung and heroic in your efforts. And yeah, you know, some people might say, that maybe that's a bit much gushing, too much of a public display of an affection. But from a man to a man, I want to say thank you for a job well done, okay? And so many people who aren't here tonight owe you a debt of gratitude, though they have never met you, okay? And I think that you're going to leave big shoes to fill. Not just for the person who would hope to earn the position that you're vacating, but each and every city employee going forward. You exemplify what it means to be a true public servant. And so with that, I wish you well. I wish your loving family. I wish your twins. Geez, when I first got on the council, they were just born. And look at them, they're taller than me. But that was predictable.
Don't know where that came from.
Great genes. So thank you. I love you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Rogan, you were my first friend here in the city, even before I became a member of this council. We had talked about the CCPA, and I want to say everything I know about the CCPA, the inner workings of it, all came from you, and I want to thank you for that. And you've also schooled me a lot on municipal government here in Cerritos and our employees as well. And I appreciate our employees, but have a much better understanding really of what goes on behind what they do. And you are the eyes and ears of the ground that help me connect with our employees. And for that, I'm very, very grateful. You've also become a very good friend. We talk quite a bit, and it's just about how things are running here in the city, and it's always, you always have a positive note about our management team and our employees, and it's just to help me understand how things work. So for that, I'm very, very grateful. I'm going to miss you, but I feel like we're still talking. We just talked this morning. So good luck to you, and I'm sure we're gonna see each other again. I think the plan is to go visit Paula over in San Gabriel. So please don't be a stranger. I'm gonna really miss you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we're gonna take a photo with Rogan.
Why don't we'll start with this one, then I'll bring them up. Yeah. Here, I'm gonna stand on the bottom step.
Yeah, you stand on the bottom.
Okay.
Okay, come on, Steve.
I'm going to stand on the
You sure
top
you
step.
don't want to stand a couple steps up?
I'm right behind you.
Everybody said the top.
All right, you're gonna see a flash. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Please stay there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so will the twins and family and friends please come for a group photo? Thank you.
And the people in the back?
Family and friends, come on down.
Chrissy. Jeff, Chrissy. Where's Chrissy?
There she is, yeah.
Chrissy.
Chrissy?
You are funny.
Okay.
Right on. And both sides, opposite sides.
Right here. But you guys can hold it.
Okay, everybody, make sure you can be seen. Move your heads.
Make sure you can see the camera. You can see the camera lens, you're good.
Squeeze in. Come on. Squeeze.
Little Linz. Kara. Emmett. Where's Emmett?
He's taking.
There we go.
I'm supposed to get a copy of these, so I can send it.
All right.
Oh, I'm going.
I'm gonna need you to tippy toe in the very back.
Very good.
All right, you're gonna see a flash. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Tippy toe at the back. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then please stay there. And then I need you to tippy toe. Right behind Councilmember Say.
Oh,
All right, come on, Carl.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
So you have more for everyone? A couple more guys. Thank you.
Before you all step away, I forgot, I would like to invite our city manager, Robert, and Drew Snyder up here as well. I've worked with them for many years now, and it's been a partnership, and I definitely would like to have you guys involved in this photo if you guys wouldn't mind.
Next to my friend Ben up here.
Oh, okay, okay.
You know what I'm going to. And we're the hills tonight.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Please stay there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, James. Hi, brother.
Okay, and so thank you again for your 33 years of service, Rogan Gerard. In addition to your plaque of recognition from the City of Cerritos and the Cerritos City Council, we also have a certificate of recognition. We also have a certificate of recognition presented to Rogan Gerard, head carpenter, Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts, from our California Assembly member, Sharon Quirk Silva.
Wow.
And we also have a certificate of recognition to Rogan Gerard from our California State Senator, Tony Strickland. Congratulations.
Okay. Good job. Thanks, Rogan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take your dad again, okay?
Thank you. Hey, I'm gonna play some with you next
Thanks
week.
again.
You got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Share your services for me.
Thank you.
You wanna wrap it back up?
Thank you. Hey, if you guys
Informational report.
It's a reason.
Informational report, water and sewer infrastructure. The next item is 5B. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. The City Council recently had provided some direction and action as it related to an urgent update or urgent repair to one of our wells. Staff this evening would like to provide an update regarding the well repair as well as our city infrastructure on our water and sewer system. The overview of this item is going to be presented by Director of Public Works, Alvin Papa, and following his presentation, he and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager Lopez. Can I get some assistance with the PowerPoint, please? There we go. All right, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. This presentation provides a brief, high-level update on the city's water and sewer infrastructure. I will also review the status of the emergency repair at the C4 well and the purchase of imported water during the repair period. This map shows the city's water system. Most of the system was built in the 1970s and includes 4 groundwater wells shown by the stars on the map, 3 reservoirs, 2 booster stations, 1 import connection, and several emergency interconnections with neighboring cities. Under normal conditions, these local wells allow the city to meet all the water demand using lower-cost groundwater pumped directly from the central groundwater basin beneath the city. As this infrastructure, which is now more than 40 years old, 50 years old, continues to age, the risk of failure increases and the overall reliability of the water system declines. This map shows the city's sanitary sewer system. The system includes about 146 miles of sewer pipe, more than 3,100 manholes, and 6 pump stations. The City of Cerritos sewer system is a collection-only system. Once wastewater enters our system, it's conveyed to the Los Angeles County Sanitation's district system for transport to the Los Coyotes wastewater treatment facility for treatment. Much of the sewer pipe in our system is vitrified clay or steel and is more than 50 years old, which places it near the end of its useful design life. The table you see above highlights key water projects identified through recent staff evaluations. Critical water infrastructure needs total about $23 million, or about $25.3 million when adjusted for inflation. The projects include well rehabilitation and replacement, valve replacement programs, and treatment system upgrades. These investments are needed to reduce the risk of failures, especially at our water wells, and to maintain safe and reliable water service for our community. This table summarizes critical sewer infrastructure needs. Total needs are about $3.9 million, or about $4.3 million when adjusted for inflation. The projects include pump station rehabilitation, sewer main replacement, and a citywide closed-circuit television inspection program. These efforts help prevent system failures that can lead to sewer spills and costly unplanned emergency repairs. This slide shows an informational mailer that was sent out to all Cerritos properties earlier this month. The goal was to give residents a clear, high-level overview of the city's water and sewer systems and also explain the need for ongoing investment. The mailer reflects the same information that is currently available on the city's website for public review. With regards to the status of the emergency repair at the C4 well, in October 2025, staff discovered sand and gravel intrusion that risked further damage to the well and equipment in October 2025. In December, City Council approved an emergency repair totaling approximately $643,000 to address the issue. While the well remains offline, the city must purchase imported water, which costs significantly more than locally produced groundwater. To date, the city has purchased 176.6 acre-feet of imported water, resulting in approximately $196,000 in additional water costs in recent months. Staff continues to actively coordinate with the contractor, with repair work expected to begin in late January. In summary, much of the city's water and sewer infrastructure is aging and requires continued investment to remain reliable. The C4 well repair is a clear example of the risks and added costs that can occur when aging infrastructure reaches the end of its service life. This item is for information only and no additional action is requested tonight. And lastly, I did want to mention that we will be holding our last community information session this Thursday at 6 p.m. at Liberty Park in the Washington Room. At that information session, Public Works staff will be talking about the status of our water and sewer infrastructure and answering any questions related to the proposed adjustments and any of our infrastructure needs. And so with that, that concludes my presentation, and I will be available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Alvin Papa and Chris Kubert. Do we have any questions from the city council? Councilmember Jennifer Hong?
Well, thank you very much for the report. And I just wondering, when we started the repairing and when you think we can fix the C4 problem, like how soon, what is the time frame, what's the period of time?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Hong. So currently, we're estimated to start in late January. We are working with the contractor. They are working to secure the equipment and the resources to perform the repair. They have not formally committed to a date, but we are tentatively scheduled to start in late January. Once we know a finalized date, we can send that information up. With regards to the repair, we anticipate it will take approximately 4 months to complete the repair, but potentially longer depending on what we find. We still have to also, as part of the repair, there's a hole in the wall casing that needs to get repaired. But during the time of when we decommissioned the well, we took the equipment off. And so we also have to inspect the equipment and get that equipment repaired as well. And we don't have a date certain on that.
Thank you. And meanwhile, we still have to purchase water every day?
We are purchasing water on an as-needed basis.
Okay.
So the city currently has 2 active wells that are working. They are working a little longer and harder than normal. So, but where we can, we are trying to make up some of the difference to reduce the amount of imported water that needs to be purchased.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hong. Councilmember Say, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Alan, quick question, that we took some general fund to support this well number 4. As far as, if I remember correctly, well number 1, the service lives only have 2 years left, right?
Well number 1 does have approximately a decade of life left on its wall casing.
Can you turn the microphone louder?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes, with regards to well number 1,
Mhm.
the well has approximately 1 decade of service life yet left on its casing.
And well number 4 was what?
I
When you
believe it was
estimate it?
approximately 8 years
8
left.
years, right? So I am a worry right now, really worry. How about that we were talking about impact of the residents? People are always concerned about that. How are low income and fixed income residents being considered or protect in this rate structure?
So with regards to the rate structure, we are looking at a low-income assistance program that staff is currently developing and will be bringing back to City Council for consideration at the time of the public hearing.
I sincerely appreciate it. It's a tough one for all of us in here. I was trying to tell the people, none of us really like to go this route, but unfortunately, our city is so old, a lot of things really behind, such as maintenance and fix up. And I do know I watched the Facebook, had people, lots of people concerned. One of the things, low income people. And I just talked to some of the senior people. They told me a lot of people, senior people here, but it's single and themselves and here living in Cerrito, they are all concerned. But most of the people actually had contacted me so far is pretty positive. When they approach after I explained to them, I want to thank you. And this is a tough one. And I just went to CPE today, CPE. I just went in today. The water was so cold, and we're walking and last Friday the temperature was very, very low. We were all shivering, and people were so concerned. I explained to the people we have to postpone that project because it's supposed to due on 2025. Unfortunately, the project's held back. I want the residents to understand, work together to make better of City Cerrito. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Say. I thought that we were told at the last meeting that the existing boiler at the Cerritos Swim Center is still working. So why is Councilmember Say is saying the water is so cold at the Cerritos Swim Center?
Yes, sir.
Perhaps I can speak to that, please, Mayor. I believe Councilmember Say was referencing the showers rather than the swimming pool. Oh. Well, we,
We can,
thank you so much for clarifying your question and comment. So that would be typically considered within the comfortable range. We do try to keep the pool about 80 degrees, 80 to 82. So it just is a matter of sensitivity amongst different people, but we would actually consider that to be normal operations and the boiler to be functioning correctly at that temperature. Thank you.
Yes, because as we discussed at the last, when we discussed this during our special city council meeting after we had the catastrophic failure of well C4, and we needed to be transparent and inform the city about the failure of well C4 and the repairs estimated $600,000 plus the importing of water that was going to be a result of losing well C4, we deferred the boiler, a new boiler at the swim center, but only because Sophia and I were assured that the current boiler is still humming along, and we were going to be told by City Hall if that boiler fails. And that's why we have a standing agenda item, item 7I. We have a standing agenda item on the consent calendar. Every meeting, we're ready to move forward as necessary with the capital improvement program, capital improvement project for the boiler at the swim center if the current one fails. Okay, Sophia, that's why item 7I is a standing agenda item.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
That if that boiler stops working and the water is cold, the city council is gonna address it at the next city council meeting.
Thank you, sir. Can I also say something, Mayor? Mayor, can I also say something? Yeah. I want to apologize to the public. My mic wasn't on. That's why you can't hear me. Now I will try to turn it on when my turn to talk. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Polito, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Papa, Mr. Kubert, for the presentation, and also Ms. Aguila, all for initiating this update report to the council. On slide 7, the status of the C4 well emergency repair, it mentions that thus far we've had to purchase $196,000 in additional water. We've imported 176.6 acre feet since the C4 well went offline in October. So that's about 3 months, or about, what is that, like $65,000 per month, with an average of about $2,200. Would you say that that's the anticipated amount, or is this figure high or low?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Polito. I would say the number is lower than we originally anticipated.
Okay.
Due to the recent rains, as you may have noticed, the past couple of weeks, it's been raining constantly. So that's reduced actual water demand and water usage. So we've actually purchased less than we've predicted. And then this is also a winter month, and it's been generally cold. But we do anticipate, if over an extended period, we will have higher water import purchase numbers in the future.
Okay, and I imagine you're monitoring this every single day. Can we expect similar types of updates on how much additional water we need to purchase along the way until the C4 well is back and up and running?
Yes, we will be tracking our costs closely, especially the additional cost going into mid-year, and we'll be sharing those updates with the city manager's office for dissemination to the city council as appropriate.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the update and look forward to future updates. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Polito. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, do you have any questions?
No questions at this time.
Okay, thanks. So thanks again, Alvin. and Chris. So, you did split up the critical water infrastructure needs from the critical sewer infrastructure needs. So we had those two spreadsheets up on the screen. And again, this is the critical needs because when the city council approved the rate adjustment proposals, when we approved the infrastructure repairs that we were going to do for water and sewer, the city council decided to only to minimize the money needed for infrastructure needs. We made the tough decision to only do critical water infrastructure needs and critical sewer infrastructure needs under these rate adjustments that are on the table under the Proposition 218, right?
Yes, Mayor, that is correct.
So there are a lot more water infrastructure projects and sewer infrastructure projects that you would normally have liked to do in a world where we had the funding, but we're not doing those. We're only going to do the ones that are critical under the rate adjustment proposal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. There's about $30 million worth of critical water and sewer projects that you see on the screen.
Yeah.
But we also have about 25 to 30 million additional water and sewer projects that ideally we would like to do once additional funding becomes available.
Yeah, but in the direction this city council gave you a couple months ago, we told you, don't do those. We don't have the funding for those. We're only going to do the critical ones. And thank you for doing the math, because I was going to say that for the 5-year totals of the critical water infrastructure needs plus the 5-year total for the critical sewer infrastructure needs, that means over the next 5 years, we're going to need $30 million for those critical water and sewer infrastructure needs.
Yes, Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I will now open for public comments on item 5B. Thank you for your attendance at tonight's meeting. State law and our local rules do not support the use of profanity, hateful speech, or activity that disrupts the conduct of this city business meeting. If necessary, I will issue an initial warning and call for a recess to restore order. After that, the chamber may be cleared if disruption continues. The following comments pertain to all public comment periods on tonight's agenda. I will open public comments at the appropriate times on the agenda. Please be prepared to approach the podium and begin your comments at the time you are called. Public comments should be directed to the city council and made only from the podium during your turn. Please, please, please respect each speaker and refrain from any disruptive behavior or speech during their comment time. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. However, for item 5B, I will allow 5 minutes per speaker. Agenda item 6, public comments, should be limited to items on the consent calendar, closed session and items not listed on the agenda, but that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Prior to the meeting, the city council received full text, unredacted copies of 4 written comments submitted by the deadline for item 5B. Requests for copies of these written comments can be made to the office of the city clerk during regular business hours. I will now open for item 5B, public comments. And I have been informed by staff that the public comment list on our screens is not working, so I've been given cards. So we are using cards for tonight's meeting. We will now do item 5B. Please make sure you turn in a card if you want to talk for item 5B, item 6, public comment, or any of the other items that allow for public comment. So item 5B, Case van der Linden.
Good evening. I guess by now you all know me. I'm here in this city of Cerritos since 1971. If you can do the math, you know how long that is. I've seen everything you can imagine. I brought today my wife of 64 years with me, Martha, because she has heard that over the years and has certainly witnessed everything that I'm trying to address this city council for. This doomsday prediction that we've been listening to by this new employee of yours is certainly quite troublesome. It's all about maintenance. Where has the maintenance been in the last 10, 15 years? Non-existing, okay? That's where it all starts. So all these big numbers and doomsday predictions most likely are correct. But what's going to happen from here on out if you don't have the maintenance? The maintenance has been non-existing. You can see it. All the problems that he described, it's all because of lack of maintenance. In the old days, we used to see, for example, the flushing of our sewers on a regular basis. I've been retired now for 17 years. I've seen it. But before, maybe I didn't see it all because I was working. But 10 years ago, we had a sewer spill right in front of our house. Let me not tell you what it took to get the emergency people out there. You guys had no system of calling it in. Finally, we got hazmat out there, and they worked till 9 o'clock at night to try to keep the sewage out of the storm drain. Well, the sewage already had come in the storm drain. That is pathetic. I have the pictures. If you don't know the records, I have the pictures of it. I have not seen any flushing of the sewer system, and I would like to see if you can come up with a schedule when you have been doing that. But these are the things that you guys got to be doing. For Pete's sake, that is ridiculous. I've been working for 50 years in some big companies, 2 companies. We had a system. Not always 100%, but you folks don't have a system at all. This council and everybody in front of here are responsible because it comes from the top down. If you have no leadership on top, you don't have the people that perform it because we're only as good as the people that work for us. It's really a sad situation to see that. I've seen some flushing of our water lines. Here this last year, we had it one time, major. It's probably because of all the complaining that you received. But the flushing of the lines is one thing. It's the beginning what counts. To find out that we have this well that you're out of commission that leaked sand. Well, it didn't leak sand overnight, but if you have no method to check on that, yes, you're going to have these emergencies. And you will still have them to come. There's no accountability. I'm telling you. All what I can see is everybody in front of me over here has in some form a responsibility. I don't see no leadership. For that, I gave you guys an F. Every one of you. With the exception of the 2 ladies because they have been not on council before. But everybody else has been on council. I'd like you to ask for the numbers. Ask what's happening. If you go back to the trees, the trimming of the trees. You know, that was a total disaster. It never was done on time. It was always mañana, mañana. You're not in the section. Well, now we don't have to worry about the trees because all the trees in our street are gone. But you know, that's pathetic. Our driveway was done 3 times. I had to complain because there was no supervision on the subcontractor. That's what I see constantly. You have subcontractors work in your city, and I don't know where the supervision comes from. You got to hold the subcontractor accountable for what he's supposed to do. We don't ask him to do more than what he's supposed to do, but you got to hold him accountable. Anyhow, I can go on for a long time, but I think you got the picture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Van der Linden. Stephen Stallings.
Good evening, Mayor Yokoyama and
Good evening.
council and staff. I guess I can say no one here disputes the need for ongoing maintenance and repairs of our freshwater and our sewer infrastructure. That's a requirement for any city. And I know I can probably speak for everyone, at least for myself, that every resident wants safe and clean drinking water. We have to have it. So it isn't a dispute as to whether or not we're going to have to spend money on infrastructure, but the problem is that the council has lost all credibility with the residents. Specifically, your predecessors passed a bill back in 2014 that was supposed to raise our rates 10% per year over 7 years through 2021. In my estimation, that raised our rates over 7 years by 1.94 times, so almost doubled our rates. And that's borne out by my rates, which used to be about $42 every 2 months, and now they're about $75 every 2 months, about twice as much. That money that you raised then, assuming you had 15,500 connected families and companies then, as you do now, and that our water requirements haven't changed that much, although I know they've actually gone down some, you raised over those years about $6.2 million. And Mayor, you told us twice during the second meetings of December that those funds were raised with Prop 218. You also told us twice during the early December meeting that your predecessors on this council spent absolutely nothing on water infrastructure. That's a violation of Proposition 218. You must only spend the funds collected on the purpose for which they were collected. So in my estimation, at this point, we know the infrastructure is required, but the city has either spent, or it's part of their strategic reserves, about $6.5 million that is owed back to us residents in the form of repairs before you raise our rates. So before you start asking us to pay more for water infrastructure, which we need, what happened to and you can dispute my numbers and come up with your own, but in my estimation, over $6 million that was collected between 2015 and 2025 and not spent on water infrastructure. That money needs to be spent on water infrastructure, and that'll carry your projects for a couple of years before you ever need to increase our rates. That's the first half of my comments. I've used about half my time, so that's perfect. The other half of my comments are that with the rate increase you're currently proposing, and again, that's based on my rates, and let me explain. I'm a family of 3 adults. My wife and I and one of our sons lives there, smaller than many families in Cerritos. We don't take as many showers. We eat out 10 times a month, so we don't run the dishwasher as often or use the kitchen water as much. And if a family of 4 has kids, they're going to use a heck of a lot more water than we are. And I only run my sprinklers 10 minutes in the front of the house, and in the back I don't have sprinklers at all. So, and I haven't run them since November because we've had wet weather. So the bottom line is I spend very little on water, and my bill is $75 every 2 months. If I use my bill as the average, which should be low, you're asking us in these increases that you're proposing starting this year to grant you about, $10 million, back up, about $5 million a year once we get to that 400% rate. So gradually ramping up to $5 million a year over the next 5 years so that you'll have $5 million a year after that to spend. You haven't identified enough projects, even if you start doing the preventive maintenance the way it should be done, to justify that kind of rate increase. That rate increase is excessive for what this project team, these managers have described they need. If you cut it in half and only raised our rates by 200% instead of 400%, you'd be closer to what they've described that they need. Now, you can argue with my numbers and you can come up with your own budget, but I haven't seen your numbers. I had to create my own because the documents you put out were just percentages, no dollar values. Nothing that was quantitative that we could hang our hat on and say, yes, you're going to spend the money we're giving you effectively. So I don't intend to pay you 400% if you're only going to spend half of it, because last time when I paid you almost 200%, you didn't spend any of it. Either you have to act responsibly and put together a routine maintenance program to spend these dollars wisely, or you're wasting our money. We've spoken tonight about critical infrastructure problems. As long as we keep talking about critical infrastructure problems, we're talking about break-fix problems, not routine maintenance and identifying things in advance, as the gentleman who just spoke identified. We're spending 5 times as much. So you're wasting our money on projects when you let them break first instead of fixing them before they break. That's calculated in the industry. These guys can tell you that if we do preventive maintenance and identify problems and fix them before they break, it costs us 1/5 as much to do the projects. So the plan that they've put together may be exactly what this city needs, but the funds you're trying to collect from us are double that, and the funds you collected from us over the last 10 years never got spent appropriately. So you owe us that money back for these initial projects, then talk to us about raising our rates to the appropriate level to cover infrastructure. Because as I started with, we all want clean water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stallings. Curtis Forsyth.
Thank you very much. So before I start, all the evidence for what I'm about to state is right there. I was supposed to and was asked for by the community to come in and do an interview. And I finally was able to get an interview. I had spoken with you after, and you had stated to me that the interview was not going to be the way that it went. And if you would like to see, this will be for the record, this is an email of the date when it was initially sent, asking for the information in for an interview. This is the response that I got back, Captain, where there's no documentation of search or seizure or holding me in a finger lock so you could grab my crotch. Okay? It's all video recorded. It's all there. All right? Here's the metadata for the images so you can see that they're 100% factual and that they come from the time frame. All right, not only do you have that, but you have your own employees apologizing for her behavior who are in the meeting. She wouldn't answer the questions. She pawned them off to Ryan Carey. I'm a victim of child sexual abuse and a victim of home abuse to a severe extent. And what I had to go through just to sit down and speak to her was demeaning on a level that none of your citizens should ever have to go through. And I find it highly insulting that all I wanted to do was sit down and ask a question, and her response, I'll tell you exactly what it is because it's on video, and you can write down whatever you want. I told you you're welcome to sue me. You can see on the video that I state to her, all I want to do is present both sides. I want you to explain to the people exactly what is happening. And I will present my side from what they're saying, your side from what they're saying. And I will not edit anything out so that the community can come to a full understanding. The second I said that, she said she is uncomfortable with that. Now, the issue that I have with this was it was already set up as a meeting or as an interview from the get-go. Her own assistants in her office said it was an interview and known to be an interview. So the day of the interview, she changed it by specific wording to say meeting, so it never happened. So then she used the terminology to say meeting, and then she tried to play it off as the police station is a private building. It's a public building. And then she told me I couldn't record. And as the police are holding me and searching me and grabbing my crotch, she's smiling in my crotch.
Okay.
I'm not trying to
Curtis,
accuse.
Curtis,
I
I'm
apologize.
not going to use up your time. I just want to.
Okay,
say,
yes, sir.
I just want to please let you know, Mr. Forsyth,
Say
we're
whatever you
talking
need.
about the
Apologize.
substance of item 5B.
And I'm trying to explain that, sir, and I apologize.
Okay.
I
No,
apologize.
thank you. If we could just talk about the substance of item 5B.
That's the problem.
Please.
This is the behavior that happened in me trying to get the answers. So I couldn't get answers, and I was abused for doing so. And all I wanted was answers. And so the video footage is there, the documents are there. Ryan Carey apologizing for her behavior and stating that it was not supposed to go that way that it went. It was supposed to be a singular deputy, which I agreed to, which was fine. But there's no documentation anywhere that states what you have said to me, anywhere. And I would love to see it. I'd love to. And I would love for her to explain to me why it happened, because I just wanted this entire community to have the answers and get what they needed so they understood and they could trust you. And now, how do they trust somebody who does what she does? So I have nothing else to say. Here's the evidence for the public record showing that you only have one water study for 2025. She stated in the interview that there were multiple water studies. And then she blamed all the water issues and also COVID and other things on Gavin Newsom. So it's all part of the thing. It's all FOIA'd, and her phone was out. She pulled her phone out the second they searched me, so her phone will be FOIA'd as well. So I hope you all have a wonderful day. I do not mean to insult you. You are an amazing person. I have met you face to face, and you have shook my hand, and I respect you highly. So I did not want to come up here and be aggressive in any way, shape, or form and show you the respect you deserve. And I apologize for bringing this uncomfortable situation to your platform. So here's the evidence. Here's the documentation. And I don't know who I give it to because she's not here.
Drew, can you please help Mr. Forsyth with that documentation?
Thank you very much. And if you'd like to take me to court, that's fine. I hope you have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Forsyth. Robert Chevelle. Thank you, Mr. Forsyth.
Good evening, council members, staff, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to make three prefatory remarks, please. First, I'd like to thank the mayor for the way he's run the council meetings. Very professional.
Thank you.
And to thank him for being so polite to
Drew,
the
can you
citizen
please
speakers.
remove the sign that was left by the previous speaker, and let's start Mr. Chevelle over with 5 minutes, please. Okay, sorry for the interruption. Oh, can you give the sign to Mr. Forsyth, please? Okay. Let's start from the beginning, Mr. Chevelle. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, council members, staff, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Three prefatory remarks, please. First, I'd like to thank our mayor for the way he has run the council meetings. Very professional.
Thank you, sir.
And to thank him for being so polite to all the citizen speakers. Second, I would like to emphasize that while I remain strongly against the water rate increase, I am not against any of you. I am for you. I want to work with you. Third, I'm standing here because I am a concerned citizen of Cerritos. And like you, I want what's best for our city and residents. And if I may say, I think we need to talk about what's right, not who's right, because we should all be happy to arrive at what's right. And now please allow me to explain the three main reasons I am against the proposed rate hikes. Number one, the rate increases are too much, too fast. This is harsh on those with limited or fixed incomes, especially our seniors. According to Table 3 of the notice, the average residential home will pay an extra $1,200 per year. For those of you hearing about this for the very first time, here's the arithmetic. The average bill will increase from the current roughly $60 to about $260. That's $60 to $260. That's $200 extra. We get a bill every other month, so this would be an extra $200 times 6 bills a year, which is $1,200 on average for the average house. Put another way, it's a rough quadrupling of the rates or a 300% increase. I think the math there is correct. but check me. Even the few who get the $40 discount would still have to pay an extra $720. And regrettably, nothing about the actual rate increase was in the most recent water bill I received or in the mailer sent last week about the infrastructure. Number two reason, the rate increase is apparently permanent, and we have no promise that it will ever decrease. The increase will ultimately give the city an extra $21 million from water per year. So I would encourage everyone to look at line 3 of table 317 of the city's rate study, where it has the number ultimately at the rightmost column, $20,701,455, or as I said, about $21 million. My number 3 reason is that the $21 million I believe is too high. As you know, it comes from the water rate study, and the study depended on at least 3 big assumptions. In case you folks are keeping track, I had 3 prefatory remarks, 3 reasons, and now there are 3 assumptions, so 3s are wild tonight. And those 3 big assumptions were phasing out the general fund support, 30 million, 25 plus 4 point something's 29, almost 30 million in capital improvement projects over 5 years, and then the creation of a $10 million reserve fund. Those were 3 of the biggest assumptions. There were more. But let's take these one at a time. As far as I can tell, the general fund support has been about $3 million a year for the past 10 years. Now, this isn't entirely clear. Some people have different numbers, but let's just say $3 million. Humor me, if you would, please. And the $30 million, we heard it from Mr. Papa, no reason to doubt it. $30 million over 5 years, we can do that at $6 million a year. So we've got $3 million for general fund support. We've got $6 million for the capital improvement projects. We can add and we get 9. So that's $9 million, it seems, that the city needs per year. 9 million more per year, to be clear, 9 million more. But that's not 21 million. That's not the 21 million in the rate study. And that's only if the 5 million or 6 million per year in the capital improvement projects is forever. Note, the city has mentioned, I think it was mentioned tonight, that there are about $80 million worth of projects that should be done pretty soon. If you do 80 million divided by 6 million a year, or 5 million a year, you get 15 or 16. So that's 15 or 16 years. It's not forever. But let's just use 6 million, just for the sake of argument, just to make the math easy. 6 million a year. What does that mean for our rates? Well, 6 million a year, you divide by 15,000 units, you get about $400 a year, which is $65 a bill. So that's a rough doubling of the rates. And I think most of the residents, the 100+ residents I've talked to, would be okay with a doubling of the rates from 60, add another 65. They're not okay with a quadrupling of the rates. And as you folks know, this has generated quite a bit of ill will with possible legal and political consequences. And that's why I'm now asking our city to postpone the January 26th hearing to allow other proposals to be considered. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chevelle. Charles Jocelyn.
Good evening, council members, mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem. And I, as you probably realize by now, I'm against the Prop 218. First of all, well, one thing you've really done for the city is bring us all together. We're pretty united in our agreement that this is not the right method to bring about taxation as well as the right delivery method. And we've really gotten to know a lot of our neighbors, one doorbell at a time. But we really do hope, we know right now that you have an opportunity not to go through with this. And I hope you'll realize that you don't have to go through with this, even if we don't get the votes that we need to overcome this, the high bar that was set for us. You know, I really disagree with the method that you used for getting the vote. You did this effectively in 2014. You got everybody's vote, 100% vote just by mailing to everybody's house. Quite a bizarre way to go out and get a vote. Don't you wish you could get elected into office by doing the same thing? I mean, every one of you would be in office forever. You could change the rules anytime you want. But I think you really need to realize that the way you've gone about doing this is not sitting well with the public. Everybody that has the time to listen and hear what's happened. When you got that letter in, was it November, the letters went out, and everybody started to, what's this? If you look at your brochures that came out this week, beautiful, full-color brochures telling us that the sky is falling, you would notice it and you'd pay attention to it. If you get something that looks just like a regular meeting agenda for this, without much substance to it, a lot of Excel sheets. I work with Excel, so I'm okay with it. But a lot of people, you see it, and it's like, okay, what's this? So you toss it. All those tosses were yes votes for you. And if we've able to get to the right people to tell them what they just said they're going to agree to, then almost 90%, 95% agree on the spot and sign the protest. So we really feel like just like Palo Alto and San Diego, other cities around the state are seeing what's happening with Prop 218. It's not fair to regular citizens. And then as Robert just mentioned, the excessive amount that you're charging the citizens, and you think that, okay, we're going to offer a little discount to low income. But first thing you're going to do is take away 10 CCF of their usage right off the bat. So you don't make it an equal field when you're taking off the amount of usage that they can have. So if you're actively conserving water right now, you're going to be hurt more than if you've been just using all the water you want. So I hope you really reconsider. And also the other reason you need to reconsider is where the general fund has been being spent. Look at Magnolia Power. 100% of Magnolia Power goes to businesses. That's unfair subsidizing from us citizens. All that money that's going there, all money that's going to CCPA, it's got to be dialed in. And the pension funds, I know you tabled last month's pension fund bailout of $10 million. I hope you'll continue to do the same and find other ways to fund the pensions, because on our shoulders is not appropriate. But I really hope you listen, and beyond that, I hope people in the community will hear and sign the protest. Thank you.
Benjamin Au.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members.
Hi, Benjamin.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Over the last 2 months, I have talked to at least 200 fellow residents in Cerritos, neighbors, friends, former and current elected officials and former mayors about this issue. Just about everybody supports raising water rate somehow, but nobody supports the current rate increase plan. That's my experience. I understand that this plan does not come from nowhere, and the Water Resources Economics firm recommended it. However, they disclaim that their decisions, their conclusions were predicated on the data and objectives that our city staff provided them with. And those objectives included that the building the reserve, eliminating general fund support, and fixing the capital projects. My concern is that between the doing nothing and this particular rate increase schedule, is there any middle ground? Can we find any compromise? Have we tried? Are there any other funding sources for instance, the capital projects? And those are things that I think needs to be discussed. And I was told that there's only a small minority of people who are opposed to this. That's not what I've observed, and I think it's easy to find out. We can have an opinion poll on the city's website. We can go to the communities and talk with people, residents, and see what they say. And we can even have a show of hands at the next information session on the 15th. But I'm disturbed at the idea that doesn't matter what people say. This thing is going to pass because they're never going to reach that the 75-75 threshold. This is probably true because Cerritos has never voted for or against anything with the 75-75 ballots. However, I think this is morally wrong. It's un-American. It's borderline coercion. Because in this country, our government is of the people, by the people, and for the people, not over the people. And so I think we need to talk with the people. You invite out the most critical, most vocal critics to sit down and show them what problems we're facing and what's the right solution. If you oppose this, then what's the alternative? Let's talk about these things. I remember when I first met Miss Linda Johnson when she was on the school board. This is what she did. If there's an issue at the school board, she would bring it to the communities and discuss it with the community members. And I think we can all learn something from her from that time. Anyhow, I think we might pass this thing regardless of the opposition from the communities. However, doing so, I'm afraid will have some consequences. And I really don't want to see that. I want to see everybody succeed. I want to see peace and harmony in our community. So that's why I decided to speak today. Thank you very much.
The thing about the Proposition 218 process is it's a state law. And the city of Cerritos is required to follow state law. And the Proposition 218 law was made a law by the voters of the state of California. The voters of the state of California voted and approved the Proposition 218 law that the city of Cerritos is following. Of the people, for the people voted for Proposition 218 to be the law of the land of the state of California. And the city of Cerritos is following it today, like all the cities before us, like all the cities that are going through a Proposition 218 process right now, and all the cities that will be doing Proposition 218 in the future. The city of Seal Beach and the city of La Palma just recently did Proposition 218 process. The city of Downey has noticed that they're going to do a Proposition 218 process. So it's confounding to me to say that we are doing things in some illegal way, to suggest we're doing something illegal or immoral when we're following state law. How can it be immoral that we're following state law if the state law itself is immoral? And if that is the case, please bring it up to our state legislators like Sharon Quirk-Silva or Tony Strickland or Governor Gavin Newsom. Bring it up to them because they are our state government. Here in the city of Cerritos, where this city council was elected by the people, for the people, to represent the people, and to make the policies and direct city staff on what to do and what to implement for the benefit of the 48,300 residents, the 15,000 households, our numerous businesses. We're up here doing the best we can, making the best decision we can for all of the residents, not just only the good residents who attend meetings like all of you here, taking advantage of the democratic process and taking advantage of your First Amendment rights, but we have to also do what's best for the 48,300 residents of Cerritos living here today and the generations to come. So we are trying to do our best based on the information provided to us by our city manager and our public works department and our finance manager, and all of the information that we've been considering about this issue since March of 2025. And we've had agenda items about this in July, and we've had agenda item about this in August, and we have an agenda item about this in October. So this did not just come out of nowhere, out of the air. We've been having agenda items about this in multiple city council meetings since this was first brought up in May, because this was an issue that the previous majorities of the Cerritos City Council has not updated since 2014. In 2014, they did not do what staff wanted to do. They did a lower increase. And when that final increase was implemented on July 1, 2020, there should have been an updated survey, an updated analysis. There should have been a financial analysis, and there should have been a survey of our water infrastructure and our sewer infrastructure, and the previous majorities did not push for that. They did not want to look at it. I don't want to speculate on why they didn't want to do it. I wanted to do it, and I'm on record bringing it up in meetings. I've brought it up in meetings after the last water rate adjustment in July 1, 2020. Before this city council, I have brought up in meetings that we have asked staff to look into a sewer rate Proposition 218 analysis, a water rate Proposition 218 analysis. And despite me bringing it up at city council meetings, I wasn't in a majority, nothing happened. So, you know, it's hard to make a tough decision that equals higher rates. But when you're subsidizing sewer in the city of Cerritos, 90% of the sewer cost is paid by the general fund and 10% is paid by the users, that's clearly unsustainable to everyone in the room. And we're still, to this day, at this moment, the general fund is subsidizing 90% of the sewer use by the ratepayers. And the ratepayers are only paying 10%. Am I off? That's the breakdown of sewer, right? As an example, 90% of sewer use by the users is paid by the general fund. And 10% is paid by the users. That's unsustainable. And that's why the general fund has subsidized the use of water and sewer by residents and businesses over $33 million. And that's why the proposal that's on the table, because it is not the highest rate adjustment that was presented to us by staff, we approved the third back in July. The city council at a city council meeting with an agenda item about what water rates is the city council going to consider and approve. This was in July. And the city staff presented us with at least three different rate proposals. The first one was to take care of all of the identified water and sewer all the identified water infrastructure needs for capital improvement projects. And then the second and the third were only critical infrastructure needs. We approved the third one. We didn't approve the highest one. We didn't approve the second highest one. We approved the third one, because we understand that there is a need to try to provide some time for the residents to adjust to a world where they are paying for what they're using and not having millions and millions of dollars of subsidies from the city council from the general fund every year. And the thing that still hurts, that still bugs me, is we're not representing fairly the hundreds of households in Cerritos that get water from La Palma. They're getting zero subsidy from the general fund. Those Cerritos residents, your neighbors, your fellow Cerritos residents who live in the southeastern portion of Cerritos, they're getting water from La Palma Water. So that $33 million of subsidies, plus the $12 million more that's going to come over the 5 years of this proposal, if it passes, that $45 million of subsidy that's going to potentially end in 2030, that $45 million did not benefit those hundreds of households. They got zero of it. And the rest of us who get water from Cerritos Water, we all got, by the end of 2030, we will have all received a subsidy of approximately over $3,000 per household. So $3,000 to each of us, all of you, $3,000 of subsidies since we've been subsidizing water. And meanwhile, that $3,000 per household, our fellow residents over in getting water from La Palma, they got zero. And I'm surprised they haven't complained yet. I think they will, though. But I'm not going to hide it from them, because I want to be transparent to them on what's happening every day. Every day, our general fund is only supporting some of the residents, not all of the residents. Eder Rabanales.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Eder Rabanales. I am a water utility worker, level 3 for the city, and a board member for AFS CME, Local 619. I take pride in keeping the water running for the city, but that work is becoming more challenging as our infrastructure ages, and our wells and pump stations require modernization to keep producing and remain reliable. Our workforce is skilled and capable, but we are facing ongoing challenges with staffing levels and retention. Without adequate staffing and the ability to retain experienced employees, maintaining even modernized systems becomes increasingly difficult over time. I am here to express support for the difficult decisions you face regarding these infrastructure needs. We understand these decisions are complex, but investing in modernization alongside workforce stability is essential to prevent larger failures down the road. We stand with you in finding solutions to strengthen our system without compromising other vital city services. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Mr. Rabanales. Al Barlevy.
Good evening, council members. Although the subject of the water rate increase will be discussed at the next council meeting 2 weeks from today, I didn't want to wait, and I wanted to address the council today. I would like to respond to something that a Cerritos resident said at the emergency council meeting 3 weeks ago. The resident said that the only thing that matters in considering the water rate is how much does it cost the city to provide water. To a major extent, he is correct, and by that standard, increasing our water rates is unavoidable. The water department has been running deficits, which means that unless there's mismanagement or abuse, the water department is not collecting enough money from the ratepayers to cover its costs of operation. Since nobody's alleging mismanagement or abuse, we must therefore raise the rates. The question is, by how much? My advice would be to err on the side of increasing the rates too much to avoid having to go to the well a second time, no pun intended, for another rate increase because you had underestimated the rates needed to fund all the necessary capital improvements. But of course, the rate increase has to be reasonable. If you increase the rate by, say, 1,000%, which would make Cerritos' water rates out of line with neighboring cities, we, the ratepayers, would wonder why other cities are able to control their costs better than Cerritos. And that's why it's also important to compare Cerritos' water rates to neighboring cities' water rates to make sure our rates are in line with other cities, what other cities charge. I don't envy you. None of you ran a campaign promising to increase water rates because, to be frank, running such a campaign would have been a recipe for losing. So while none of you ran for city council because you wanted to increase the water rates, please make sure that the proposed rate increase will be sufficient to cover the water department's budget for the foreseeable future to avoid the need to raise the water rates a second time during the period in question. I want to emphasize that I'm not here because I want my water rates to be increased. I don't think anybody does. But I'm here because I want our beloved city government to run with the same efficiency as any business would need to run in order to survive. So when a business offers to sell its products at a loss, it must either pivot to another product line or increase prices. The city obviously cannot pivot away from providing water to its residents. Therefore, the city has no other choice but to raise the rates it charges for the water.
Thank you, Mr. Barlevy. Catherine Pasquale.
Good evening, Council. The mayor already said a few of the things I was going to say, so I might shorten this a little bit. Like Al just said, nobody wants their water rates raised. Unfortunately, the rates as they're set have not been covering the expenses. And in talking to the Public Works Department, they explained that Cerritos residents did a really good job in the 2010 years when we hit a drought. They started saving a lot of water. What does that mean? That means that the rate increases that were set in 2014, we didn't end up getting the revenue that we had planned to get. And so when we didn't get that planned revenue from the drought to 2021, that put us at a loss, and the city general fund had to kick in. Unfortunately, ever since any of these guys have been up here, from the very first time Mark was elected until earlier this year, there was a different majority on the council. And that majority all chose not to run again. They chose not to run again, probably knowing the city's budget problems, probably knowing the state of the infrastructure problems. They knew that these tough decisions were going to need to be made, and they knew that they didn't want to be the face of those decisions. And so they're not up here right now. For the first time since I've lived here, and I think well before that, we don't have a majority Republican sitting up on the dais right now. And they did that by choice. They ran away from this problem. And so we have a council who is now trying to fix this problem. And instead of understanding that they're trying to fix a problem that they were handed, a problem that they did not create, there's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of misinformation on social media. There's a lot of stuff happening and a lot being said that some of it's true, some of it's not true, but ultimately, the people up here are trying to do good governance. They're trying to do the responsible thing so that our city can provide water to our citizens, have sewage not running in our streets. These are basic needs of any community to address. So I would like to thank you guys, and I also would like the public to understand that you were handed a bad situation, and I thank you guys for dealing with it and not kicking the can further down the road. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Pasquale. Deborah Berry.
Good evening, council, community. We all agree that Cerritos water and water infrastructure is failing and needs to be fixed. The real question is not whether we fix it, but how are we legally going to pay for it? General fund revenues, sales and property taxes cannot be used for water or wastewater infrastructure. Continuing to subsidize an insolvent water fund with general fund dollars violates government accounting standards in Prop 218. Those general fund dollars need to be preserved for services that everyone uses, like roads, libraries, parks, public safety, and other core city services. Water systems are enterprise funds. The people who use the system should pay for the system. That is why governmental accounting standards prohibit mixing water fund costs with general fund operation costs, and why Prop 218 requires rates to be based on cost of service. I also want to address an idea being circulated, largely by an academic with a PhD in finance, that pension reform somehow solved the problem. With all due respect, academic theory does not override California law, Prop 218, or governmental accounting standards. Pension reform, even if achieved, does not make it lawful to subsidize water rates with general fund dollars. Suggesting otherwise is misleading the public. This is not a classroom exercise. Municipal finance operates under legal, regulatory, and audit constraints. You cannot fund a water system with hypothetical general fund savings, no matter how elegant a model looks on paper. Auditors, and ultimately the courts, do not care about theories. They care about compliance. That is why all this discussion about pension, the CCPA, the general fund, surpluses is all irrelevant to the issue. Even if the city implemented every single cost savings measure imaginable and generated millions in excess general fund revenues, it still would not fix the water system because the money cannot be legally used for that purpose. This is exactly what past councils did. To avoid making the politically difficult decisions to raise water rates, they relied on general fund subsidies to support rates that did not reflect the true cost of delivering water and treating wastewater. Having the ability to do that in the past does not make it right, and it does not make it sustainable. Assigning blame is not productive. But now this issue is fully understood, and inaction going forward is a choice. If this council is unable to move past the Prop 218 protest, I honestly don't know what the alternative is. The city cannot continue to operate in violation of Prop 218 and governmental accounting standards. So far, either in these meetings or online, no one has presented an alternative legal funding solution because there isn't one. Finally, I want to address the idea that saving a few dollars today is somehow the responsible choice. That is extremely short-sighted. Underfunding maintenance now only guarantees much higher bills later, which will fall on future residents. Paying the true cost today is how we avoid more severe rate increases tomorrow. No one wants to see their monthly expenses go up. I don't either. But this problem is not going away. Water and wastewater infrastructure costs will continue to rise for the foreseeable future, and water rates are the only lawful source of revenue to address them. Raising rates now is not popular, but it is the only fiscally responsible, legal, and fair option for the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Is there anybody else who did not speak on this item that did not turn in a card? You should turn in a card now. I have a card for you for item number 6, public comment. Did you want to speak on item 5B or item 6? So this card is supposed to be for item 5B? I only have one from you. You filled out 2 cards? Does anyone have her second card? Okay, come on up if you wanted to speak on both. I don't have a card for 5B. Can you fill out a card for 5B? Okay, Daisy Legasca, item 5B.
Okay, I'll do it. Good evening. Actually, I have a paper, but I lost it. But anyway, as I walk for this, for the protest mails, some seniors are complaining about the too much increase. And also on my group page in the Facebook, seniors are also complaining. And I have the paper, but I lost it. Anyway, also some are complaining are from the business people. As a member of the Chamber of Commerce, the businesses, especially those mom and pops businesses, those small, the boba places or donut shop, they are very concerned about this increase because this is not just about the increase in their home water, but also in their businesses. And they are scared or they're worried that they might going to lose their stores because of the, as we all know, the rent here in Cerritos is compared to the neighboring cities are higher. And now there are more the water and then also the tax. So I'm worried that the businesses will going to go away because of this water increase. And then I'm also wondering about the, as a business, how about the schools that are located in Cerritos? We have many schools that are here from grade schools to the high schools. So are they going to be affected also? And it would be hard for, for our schools to have all these more payments rather than buying books or for school supplies, they are going to pay for more for their water. So that's all I can say. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers on this item? Item 5B? Did you want to speak on item 6 or item 5B or both? You have a card turned in for item 6. So did you want to speak on item 5B and not item 6? Okay. Karen Wilson.
Hi, City Council. I want to talk about the protesters to the rate increase for Proposition 218. I'm Neighborhood Watch, and I know for a fact that nothing is supposed to go and be placed in our mailboxes. So putting something in someone's mailboxes is a federal offense. Mailboxes are considered federal property, and only authorized USPS personnel are permitted to place an item in there. Under federal law, it's illegal to place non-postal items in mailboxes without proper postage, and doing so can result in significant penalties, including fines and potential imprisonment. And if you stuff a non-mail item into someone's mailbox, you could face a fine up to $5,000 per occurrence. Organizations like restaurants can face a fine up to $10,000 per occurrence. Girl Scout cookies, block party invitation, any other type of non-stamped flyers. Just remember that a $5,000 fine can happen if the party receiving the papers or flyers placed in their mailboxes can press charges. Noting nothing about the water weight protest, Prop 18 notice, or any political or civic cause creates an exception. Federal mailbox law does not care why someone is distributing the material. It only cares what they put in the mailbox, whether it has postage. Federal law is crystal clear. Under the 18 USC 1725, it is illegal for anyone other than USPS personnel to place unstamped items in a mailbox. This includes political flyers, neighborhood announcements, protest materials, Prop 18 forms, block party invitations, Girl Scout forms, restaurant menus, church invitations, lost pet. Intent doesn't matter. The cause does not matter, but it's important. Does not matter. The law applies equally to everyone. I support everyone's right to protest the water rate increases, but placing unstamped materials inside mailboxes is a federal offense under 18 USC 1725. They placed it in my mailboxes, and I got 6 or 7 calls, some of them from seniors wanting to know what was this in their mailbox. So going onto someone's private property and opening their mailbox is not acceptable. A resident can easily interpret it as mail tampering, which can create unnecessary conflict and put you in a difficult situation. I don't want anyone on my property unless they have legitimate reason to be there. My position on the water rate increase, whether I support it or not, isn't anyone's knocking on my door business, and it doesn't give anyone permission to put materials in my mailbox illegally. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Mrs. Wilson. Did anybody else who has not spoken on item 5B want to fill out a card and speak on item 5B? City Clerk, please announce for the record the written comments received for this item. Turn on your microphone.
Pressing the wrong button, I apologize. Thank you, Mayor. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text and redacted copies of the 4 written comments submitted for item 5B by the deadline listed on the agenda. Requests for copies of written comments submitted for this meeting can be made during regular business hours to the office of the City Clerk.
If there are no additional public speakers, I will close the public comment period. Does the city council have any additional questions or comments? Councilmember Hong.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Say.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor. When I'm looking at the other side of the things, is so-called core principle. Okay. Base practice that utility costs are based on use of the services. When this brought up to me, I did study. I had a counsel with a person specialized in Section 218. Okay. I also realized our city being too generously, it's supposed to be, I think, 30 days, and we extended to 45 days. So city trying to work with the resident. But again, I really want to focus is really fairness. Base charges on water use is the fairness approach. Those who use less pay less, and those who use more pay more. It is tough to all of us here. We all have family here. We all from Cerritos resident. The rates also go to us too. My house, I have all my kids come to my house, take shower. Now I have to set the limit, the water usage on my grandkids. So what I'm thinking here is I do understand that people has concern about the rate was way higher as you anticipating as the past practice. Unfortunately, we need to look back why we want to raise. The principle is really you use it, you pay for it. And it's hard, really hard. Same thing with me here. It's really hard. I have to pay this much. I have to try to look for my budget right now. My husband retired. I'm the only one teaching right now. I have to see how could I conservative use of water. How do I do to prevent wastewater? Gentleman has mentioned during the raining time, I turn my sprinkler off. I did too. I have to remind myself to go back and turn on. Mine turned off for almost 2 weeks already there. And I do have a barrel to collecting rainwater, and I use that for my pots and pans because the reason I do that because I save the water. I almost try to collect the money when they check the water pressure. You know how they let the water free go out? I almost want to put 2 buckets because they're right in front of my house. Say, hey, can I save the water too? I think we start look at ourselves is this ours supposed we use it? That's a service we get and we're supposed to pay for. That's what we're talking today. It's not really, it's really okay, we have to have this to fix it. We haven't fixed this in the past. I think go back to principle. You use it, you pay for it. I mean, you use a lot, you pay more. You use less, you pay less. That's my point of view. And I want to thank you again today, people either against or support. You do have a right to raise about the rate too high. And I think as me as a councilwoman here, I would do looking into the rate. But again, we wait for the results and we can look into what else we can do for the resident. But again, I want to remind everyone is base charge on water use is the fairness approach. Those who use less pay less, and those who use more pay more. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Say. Councilmember Polito, do you have any additional questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor, I have no further questions, but I just wanted to make some comments that I really appreciate folks coming consistently and stating their positions. There's been a lot of good comments, and I want you to know that I'm taking it to heart. I'm listening, taking a lot of notes here, and I appreciate staff giving their report and all the updates. It's very helpful. So that's it. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I don't.
Councilmember Hong, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to express my concern one more time. As I expressed last time during last meeting, we all understand, and I think so too, the increase is necessary, but I still want to encourage if the city can provide us another alternative. You know, I personally think, is there any way that we can try to reduce the rate? Maybe in a more like a 20% first year or 15% second year, and then 10% afterwards. The reason for doing that is to reduce the burden of the residents. And then from there, 5 years from now, we can review all the situation again, because a lot of budget, we can look into that. I know I said that last time, but what I'm saying is I want to give the residents another alternative, a choice, instead of this is it and take it or leave it. That's my suggestion, because I want it to be the win-win, either for the city council. We are in a very difficult position, and this council is in a very difficult position, and like the mayor keep on saying, and we all understand, we didn't invented the problem, we inherited the problem. But how are we going to resolve it? Can we come out with a win-win situation that, we get this passed, but in a way that resident can absorb the cost as well, in a way, and then we can always review every 5 years from now. That way we were constantly watching what's going on with our city, because we do to reduce, the subsidize of the water rate and the sewer rate, because we cannot just drain our general fund to zero or always have the budget deficit, every year. So this is my personal proposal, and I'm trying to encourage, the city staff or the city manager to come out, with all your expertise. Please work hard. It's all for our city, all for our residents. And this is what I want to be, to be fair and to be positive. And let's resolve this problem altogether. Thank you.
Okay, so the city staff has listened to the city council, and we directed them to present us with ways to address the needs and the challenges of low-income households. So, I've heard anecdotal mentions of seniors a lot, but it's not about any certain generation or any certain age group. It's about low-income households. And we've directed staff to present us with the solution on a method in which we have concern for the low-income households. And the staff presented that to us in October, at the October City Council meeting, where we considered this Proposition 218 process. It was an agendized, noticed meeting in October, open to the public, where we considered the Proposition 218 process and the rate adjustments that we were going to be, if passed, we were going to be noticing to the residents by mail as required by the state law of Proposition 218. And the staff presented the city council with proposed low-income discount program. And this city council approved the biggest discount of all the options, of the number of options presented to the city council by staff. This city council approved the biggest discount choice. And that's why this proposed rate adjustment is going to have, as mentioned by Mr. Chevelle, it's going to have a $40 per month discount per bill for the low-income households, because that's who we need to be concerned about, because we're all in this together. We're all in this together. We're a city of about 15,000 households, 48,300 residents, and we're making the responsible, tough decision on the future of our water and sewer infrastructure that provides water to our residents, our kids, our grandkids, our seniors, and to our businesses. And the businesses are so important to our city. And this council has shown that we want to be a pro-business council. We want to be business friendly, and we take that into account in every decision we make. So, but just giving context to what Cerritos is. We are a wonderful city that people want to live in. People want to live here and raise their families here, and they want their parents to be their elderly parents to be taken care of. And so when we look at what's going on in Cerritos, is according to the U.S. Census Bureau, the median household income in Cerritos is $133,953. That's the median household income, $133,953. Okay? So we all know what median means. That means half of the households are above $133,953. But the average household income, which is another way of looking how our residents are living their lives in Cerritos, the average household income in Cerritos, the average household income is $165,300. So we have a lot of higher income households in Cerritos that are pulling up the average above the median. So this shows that there are households that are below the median. Half of them are below the $133,953,000. That's why the city council said we need to have a discount program, a low-income discount program, and we are patterning it, modeling it after the same low-income programs that are provided to our residents by Southern California Edison and the gas company. So basically what we've told staff, and I understand staff is supposed to effectuate the policies of this city council, is if a household is eligible for the low-income program for Southern California Edison or the gas company, they'll be eligible. They will meet the criteria for a low-income discount program for the water and sewer rate. $40 per bill. What that means is, I'm glad that, Mr. Chevelle and others talk about percentages and numbers, because sometimes percentages and medians and averages and dollars help us really understand all the different numbers that are involved with a complicated decision. Because percentages by themselves and dollars by themselves and averages by themselves and medians by themselves don't paint a complete picture. You need everything. So let's talk about the dollars. So, for example, and again, it's a complicated issue. There's water infrastructure, sewer infrastructure, water rates, sewer rates, 5 years. I get that. But we want to provide a way for the low-income households to have a time to adjust and plan for this fiscally responsible and necessary decision that the users have to, in the end, 5 years from now, not today, not in the next 4 years, 5 years from now, the goal is to get to a place where water and sewer users are paying for what they're using, and not a penny more. But next year, or later this year, when year one rates go up 76% for a household that uses 20 CCF, that's a 76% increase. But like I said, that's the percentage. What's the dollar amount? The dollar amount is the bill is going to go up less than $50. Less than $50 a bill for the households that use 20 CCF. That's the example used in our information. Right, Alvin? Right, Chris? Were you saying 20 CCF for a household? And if you look at your bills, I think some of you use 20 CCF or more, but some of you use less than 20 CCF. But we used 20 CCF as the measuring stick. So when we have this first rate adjustment, you know, the bill for a 20 CCF household is going to go up less than $50 a month. That's less than $50 a bill. That's less than $25 a month. That's less than $1 a day. That's less than $300 over the course of the year. Okay, that's for the households that use 20 CCF. Okay, less than $300 over the course of the year on this first adjustment, to give everybody time to adjust to this idea that we should all pay for what we're using. Just like the residents of Cerritos who are getting water from La Palma, they're paying for what they're using. And there's residents listening to this meeting right now, I know it, that are Cerritos residents, our brothers and sisters, our fellow families, they are listening to this meeting right now, and they either knew or they're learning today that they're not getting the same subsidy that the rest of the residents are getting. Okay, and that subsidy over all these years, that $45 million plus in subsidy, that's about $3,000 a household. So all of us got a subsidy. All of us are getting a subsidy out of the general fund of about $3,000 or more out of the general fund for our water and sewer. Those residents getting La Palma water who are listening to this meeting right now, and I know it. I know they're listening. I know they're watching. They got zero. They got zero. How is that fair? But that's the situation that's the status quo that the previous majorities have not addressed. But one way, I just want to tie it up in a bow for how we're helping the seniors, or I'm falling into the same generalization, how we're helping the low-income households. Because again, the median income in Cerritos is $133,953, the median household income, $133,953. The average household income in Cerritos is $165,300. So those average or more households, those medium or higher households, we're not concerned about them the way we're concerned about the low-income households. And the low-income households, with their $40 per bill discount approved by the city council, the biggest discount presented to us by staff, that means their bill, when the rates go up this year, is only going to go up less than $10 a month. Less than $10 a bill, sorry, less than $10 a bill. That's less than $5 a month. That's less than $60 a year. So I don't like making our low-income households pay more, but I'm I am glad that the staff and the council work together, that the low-income households bills, if this Proposition 218 process passes and the rates go up this year, those low-income households will be paying less than $5 more per month, less than $10 more per bill, less than $60 more for the year, because this plan is addressing the low-income households. It's not about the seniors. It's not that simplistic. It's not about any non-category, it's not about any category other than low-income households that qualify just like they qualify for the low-income programs under the gas company or Southern California Edison. And that's what I want to make clear to all of you low-income households watching is please make sure you get that discount so later this year, if rates go up, you will be paying less than $10 more per bill. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item number 6. Excuse me, I gotta find my... Okay, I will now open for item 6, public comments. Daisy Legasca.
Somebody is texting me about they sent an email to you guys and you guys did not read it. I don't know what happened, but anyway. With the calendars for 2026, I'm not sure if you guys seen it, but we don't have the Friends of the First CEB in the list of the clubs and organizations, and also the Cerritos Chamber of Commerce, it's not there. So I am not sure if we are still a member. But anyway, I called the City Hall and I was able to speak to somebody from the, from I think communication, and they asked me, this is what they asked me. Are these organizations are official and city recognized? Friends of the First CEB was been here as long as I'm here. I live in Cerritos, and the Marines comes here every memorial and veterans. We have the Meritorious Marine every month, and I want to know you guys if is the Friends of the First CEB recognized by the city and legally an official club in Cerritos. Excuse me, I'm asking a question.
This is public comment. Please
I
feel
know,
free.
I am just asking because they said our Friends of the First CEB is not there in the calendar. Public comments. So anyway, I was listening about the CCPA upgrades and about priorities of the city, about the CCPA upgrades versus the water infrastructure repair. I remember few weeks ago when I was here, you guys are talking, somebody talking about the whatever and the poisons in the water. If I'm not mistaken, Mark and Sophia spoke about that one, and that was scary. So anyway, so priorities, CCPA upgrades versus water, which one is more important? And then I hear again a while ago about 2014, and then these wells were built on 50 years ago, 40 years ago. So does that mean that there were no repair during those times?
Okay, please stop the time.
And-
Please stop the time. Ms. Legasca.
And also stop blaming the previous council.
I'm stopping your time so you're not using up your time. Item 5B was about the water and sewer infrastructure.
I know because I
so-
forgot this one a while ago since it's a public comment. So
All right. Okay, go ahead.
So you guys are blaming the previous council, and then I heard about 2014. I believe there were a time that, you know, who is the majority, who is the minority. I believe that time there were like Grace, Frank, and Mark. So what happened? How come there's nothing happened then? 2020 is, as we all know, is the pandemic. So we have to, you know, take consideration why we are blaming the previous, because
Okay, your time-
2020
can
did
you-
not
your-
just finish in
your time's
2020.
up. Can you please wrap up your
Thank
point?
you.
Okay, thank you. Tamara Glasser.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
Good evening.
Hi. I am a longtime resident of the city of Cerritos and a retired correctional officer. I am also currently a city employee serving as a community service officer. However, I have been iceboxed for over 120 days. What does this mean for the safety of Cerritos? It means I'm being paid to sit at home and do nothing. Instead of being in the streets, taking reports, patrolling our area, keeping our city safe, I have been issued no timeline, due process, or a return date to work. Zero communication. This is actually now considered a retaliatory action by the city of Cerritos. This is not standard procedures. This is an attempt to hide catastrophic mismanagement. I believe that our management feels that they are invincible to the city rules and policies. Their egos have exposed the city, not protected it. I am placing the city and the residents on notice of serious safety and ongoing violations, included but not limited, that are going to affect the residents and their taxpayer dollars. Multiple labor law violations, hostile work environment, retaliation and harassment, discrimination against women, use of demeaning and discriminatory slurs documented on official city cover sheets. Malice tampering with personal workspaces, including chocolate smearing on my chair to resemble fecal matter, and shaving cream placed on my chairs in my desk cubicle. Suppression of evidence, sham investigation, breach of privacy and defamation, intentional obstruction, security breaches involving the sheriff's department, placing our contract at risk, physical entrapment by 2 members that are here today. Well, actually, one's not here. Physical entrapment and nepotism, violations of California Fair Employment and Housing Act. The city has spent an obscene amount of taxpayer money covering up bullying and misconduct. Cerritos is facing multi-million-dollar legal exposure. Residents are paying higher water rates, accepting reduced library hours. This is not fiscal responsibility, this is damage control. These matters are being or will be referred to the EEOC, the Los Angeles County Civil Grand Jury, the District Attorney's Public Integrity Division, and Criminal Justice Information Services for audits. Cerritos is not currently a city of excellence. We are a city exposed. Residents have the right to the truth. Transparency, accountability are not an option. While leadership promotes
Ms.
sister
Glasser,
city
Ms.
travels
Glasser?
and expenses.
Excuse me, Ms. Glasser, thank you. Your time's up. Can you please finish your point, please?
Yes. While they promote sister city travel and appearances, Serious problems at home remain ignored. This is only the beginning of what the city is facing. These issues, if not addressed honestly and immediately, I do not know if our city will recover. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Glasser. Case Vanderlinden.
Good evening again. I'm not going to belabor the cost factor. Hopefully you all come to a reasonable conclusion. But I'd like to bring up the fact that I feel when we come over here and we bring on the public comments matters up that we feel should be concerned, I have never really felt that there was truly a follow-up on that. For example, the last time I spoke over here, not for water, I brought up the comment up of the bovine substation and my concern about all that new equipment, what kind of radiation was submitted to the people around there. I think, Frank, I believe that you made the comment that you would investigate. I hope you do, and I hope you come up with an answer, and to the point that I feel warm and fuzzy, because right now, I went by that today again, it's a humongous expansion. It's not connected yet, but I can assure you, knowing about the electricity as being an engineer, it puts out radiation, okay? And you have people living right next door to it. That's one thing. Another thing I'd like to bring up, here about 15, 18 years ago, I was in front of the council. I don't think any of you were here. I brought up that in the rest of the world and in some of other places in the United States, the new development is being developed with a secondary water supply line that can provide brown water to the homes, okay? At the time that we all go into various repaving of streets, just like at one time they brought the cable in and what have you, you should put in a secondary water line that can provide brown water at a reduced rate to the homes, because the majority of water that is being used is for the irrigation and sprinkler system. That's without a doubt. But at the time I got the reply, and you probably can look it up, whoever it was, I don't want to name who it was, they felt it was much cheaper to clean up the water up front than rather put a second water supply in. That is just a bogus statement, because they have done that already for years in Europe. In Holland, they use a secondary water supply line for the brown water. So I really would like to see some feedback on that as time goes on. And some of the comments that we have from other people. Oh, one other thing. I brought up here last year, and Kristen was helpful with that. I brought up after we had this devastating fires, I want to find out what is the routine on our fire hydrants. Are they being tested? Well, Kristen told me that was the fire department. Well, fire department, those are the hydrants in our city. So shouldn't you know when and how often these fire hydrants are being tested, so you don't have a surprise like they had beginning of the year, some fire hydrants that had no water? I think it's important, but I don't feel that this council or this whole group really understand that maintenance is a factor. I would like to see that you folks can come up with what the schedule from the fire department is to test these fire hydrants. Now, granted, Kristen had the next day someone out that tested the fire hydrant in front of our house, and it worked. I was grateful of that. But what about the rest of the fire hydrants? I mean, there could be problems that we are faced the same thing when we have a major fire, no water.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderlinden.
Okay, thank you very much.
Time's up. Hey, Alvin, can you let us know what's the way that our city of Cerritos fire hydrants are inspected and checked and tested? That was a good question from Mr. Vanderlinden. Could you share us what you know about that or your team knows?
Yes. So what I know at this point is when we do fire hydrant testing or when we do flushing throughout the city, staff will look at the fire hydrant and inspect it at that time. With regards to like a formal annual testing and inspection program, I have not observed that yet. but it's something I can look into.
Robert, can you and Alvin look into communication with Los Angeles County Fire Department on making sure that we are on the same page with the Los Angeles County Fire Department and the city of Cerritos regarding regular testing of our city of Cerritos fire hydrants?
Yes, we'd be happy to report back to council on that.
Okay. Thank you for that information, Mr. Vander Linden. And I also wanted to assure you that the Cerritos City Council received your 2 written public comments. So thank you for submitting that for item 6. Okay? Mel Cortez.
I prepared for 5 minutes, but I see it's only 3 minutes. I didn't even sign up for the water, so I could just save my time. Happy New Year, council members and all the staff. Happy 2026 to everyone. I'm gonna speak mostly about the 4-page, but good news, from 2024 to 2025, or the home burglaries dropped by about 33%. All this information I have right here is from crime mapping, from the city weekly reports, and from the sheriff's report. So it's kind of more or less accurate, might be 1 or 2 numbers of difference. Then page 2, it's important because this shows you where the home breakers happened during 2025 by neighborhood watch zone. You see zone 59, just north of Trader Joe's, 8 home break-ins in 2025. Next to it, 6, or below that, 7. So each number represents how many home break-ins in each neighborhood watch zone. Page 3, rate of home break-ins per 100,000. As you see, Cerritos, they still like Cerritos with about 83 home break-ins per 100,000. I'm missing a 0 right there. So that starts to show us that they're still coming, even though we're lower than the previous year, they still like Cerritos. And I'm talking about page 4 now. The last page, in December 2024, license plate readers were approved for 166 and Studebaker. It was supposed to be phase 3. It was moved to phase 2, and we still don't have a license plate readers on 166 and Studebaker. City Council approved $200 rebate for security cameras. That didn't happen. There was supposed to be a traffic study. It was approved. Traffic study for Spinnaker Street on my neighborhood. That didn't happen. Southwest security was taken from our area in April. We're in the area A, which is my zone. And actually, after I talked to Mr. Carey in October, they came back. And the lady that was here earlier, she used to patrol. I used to see her every day. And I wondered where was she. So now I know that that's where she was in. She would pass by once a day before, but not anymore. The city has one mobile license plate reader and live feed across Liberty Park. If you see, it's a mobile license plate reader live feed, and that one has been on the same place all year long. If you see the maps of where the home burglaries are happening, why not move it to zone 59, zone 60, zone 53? Why keep it in the same place for a whole year, spending thousands and thousands of dollars every month, instead of thinking about where we need it, where it's needed, and how it could help all residents, not just one zone in the city. But you know, after all that, my neighborhood, Zone 4, we didn't wait for the government to help us. What we did, we raised about the $7,000, and we bought, is my time over? I can't even see it.
Go ahead, keep on going.
We raised $7,000, and we bought 29 cameras to help us deter crime. And we put cameras all around the neighborhood. We asked neighbors, everybody helped. I mean, everybody helped. Some people gave $10, some people gave $200, some people gave $300. We had 2 or 3 residents that helped us install everything professionally. We could see every corner of the neighborhood. We could follow. I talked to Ms. Johnson. She knows about it before. Ms. Sophia says she see the videos. I sent videos to Ms. Hunt, but I don't think she has seen her the messages yet. But we could follow the people that are coming into the neighborhood. And you could see right there on page 4, you see the map of, we could actually follow the people and know where they go and where they exit. This will come, but we think that it has prevented us, it has prevented a lot of crime. Most of our neighbors like it. Some of them were not very happy, and we say, okay, we won't put anything on your street.
I do have to ask you to start wrapping it up, though.
Yes, thank you. So just to let you know that we did this, we raised the money, we installed, but now we have to remove them because according to our interim manager, they're not in the right place. And we want to see if the city could help us. And we do a study to see that actually this helps and eventually expand it to everybody. So it's just to show you what we're doing and what we did for ourselves, because all these things that the city promised, most of it, we didn't get. So, like last year, I said the same thing. We'll take care of our own, and we're still taking care of our own, because the promises just flew. It went to one side, and then it went not to the other side of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so one thing that, you know, I'm glad that this was brought up. You know, in 2024, we had over 200 residential burglaries. That's a part 1 crime. So in 2024, we had over 200 residential burglaries. And this city council, in March of 25, we refocused and reprioritized with the residents and with the city hall and with the Cerritos Sheriff's Station and with Captain Drew Strong to suppress and reduce residential burglaries. And that's why in 2025, it was a team effort, including with Neighborhood Watch and with our volunteers on patrol and our explorers, and especially with our deputies. We had in 2025, we had 127 home burglaries compared to the over 200 the year before. Thank you. And that is a reduction in residential burglaries for 2025 compared to 2024, a reduction of almost 37%. And that's what happens when we all stand together against criminals to suppress and reduce residential burglaries in our city. And I don't like the fact, I'm not happy that in 2025 we had 127 residential burglaries, and this city council promises you, the residents, that we're going to try to reduce that number in 2026. Okay? And I'd like to invite Captain Drew Strong to tell us what worked and what his ideas are and what's new, like the drone program and the virtual deputy program. Just like Captain Drew Strong implemented our drone program when we had a active shooter phone call at Whitney High School. So if you can just tell us, how did we reduce residential burglaries by 37%? How are you addressing these active shooter scares, which ended up being a swatting call? What worked, and how can we work together to continue to reduce residential burglaries?
Thank you, Mayor. So we put together a plan with you guys and also the city manager and Darrell Evans, who's no longer here. But the city put money towards extra patrols. We implemented the drone program. We assigned, the city hired security guards also. Those were very helpful in reducing the residential burglaries. And most importantly, the citizens are really the contributors to reducing that. We've got a certain amount of people driving around the city, and there's 48,300 people with, double that with the sets of eyeballs. So the citizens are the ones calling in everything that's suspicious, and we're responding. A lot of times, people don't even know that they deter burglaries from occurring just by, looking out the window, looking at a car that passes by and calling us, and then we come by the neighborhood and the car leaves and nothing even happens. But it still reduces the number because a house that they were going to break into, they're no longer breaking into. So we've seen a lot of success through proactive citizens. That's the number one reason why that's gone down. And also with the support of council and the direction of the city manager. So we are definitely happy about the numbers, but 127, like we always say, that's too many still. So we're going to try and go even lower than that. The drones have helped in a lot of different aspects as far as searches go of yards and areas where people see potential suspects or individuals that they don't recognize that are possibly in a backyard. So we've been utilizing drones for those types of things. When it came to the threat that you're referring to, we utilize drones in those as well. We've been getting a lot of those, for lack of better terms, the swatting style calls at the schools. Every single one is taken extremely serious. There's no stone left unturned when we deal with those. All resources, all technology is used when trying to deal with those particular crimes. We've been successful so far in safely clearing the schools multiple times. They're very hard to solve. A lot of those calls are, we found, have been like computer generated style calls. So it's hard to really track down where they originate from. So it's a difficult task. And then I also heard you say, or Mr. Cortez spoke about ALPR cameras. Interestingly enough, we just had a delivery of them. However, they were not delivered to the right spot. So they're currently at the station on the dock. The ALPR unit's coming to pick them up tomorrow to configure them and then bring them back in a short period of time and install them. So they're here. Motorola's delivered them. They just need to be picked up, configured by the ALPR unit, and then installed.
And when are those what's the estimate on when those are gonna be installed by?
I'm gonna have communications with them tomorrow. They're gonna be by at 10 a.m. to pick them up, and I will ask them for a timeline of the installation once they configure them. I'll get back to you guys on that if you don't mind, sir.
Thank you. And what's the website for all of this information, including the statistics that I pointed out that residential burglaries were reduced by 37%? Is that safercerritos.com still?
That's correct, yes.
So it's not .gov, not .us, it's .com.
Safercerritos.com is a pointer URL that will point to other
Okay.
pages on our website.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Captain Drew Strong.
Can I say something?
Councilmember Say, you want to say something?
Yeah, can
All
I?
right, go
Because
ahead.
since the subject related to me, my neighbor.
All right,
So,
you can say something.
thank you, sir. Appreciate
Not too long, though.
No. I want to sincerely thank you, Mel, for representing our neighborhood watch and for doing your very best to protect our community by finding a way to set up the private camera on public property. I want to thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, extended the day to have our camera to up to 110, and staff have worked with you, Mr. Cortez, about the last day's 110. But listen to this. I also have been working closely with our city manager and Ryan. Last Friday, I talked to Ryan, and today, again, I talked to city manager, trying to find a way. You have to understand there's our camera setting on the public property, that we are liable for that. And I understand that too. I don't want to respond at a neighborhood watch, But I do want to let you know I am working with our staff here, trying to find a way to help us. Because back in last year, the crime rate in our area is very high, and after we set our own private camera, it does help a lot, and neighbors also feel very comfortable. So thank you again for your commitment to keep our neighborhoods safe. Thank you, Mel.
All right, next we have Charles Jocelyn.
Hi, just a couple of things. I was really encouraged to see the sheriff doing more Irvine style sharing of catching a criminal. I think that's really effective. Irvine has really done a great job of shutting down crime and making it a place you don't want to rob people. And I saw a little of that from the sheriff's department today. So good job there. Quick question. I know it's great that we're going to be subsidizing the low income, but even with the low income and changing the 10 CCF on the Prop 218, they're still going to be paying about $130 a month compared to $38 a month right now. So that's still almost quadrupling their rate. So I think you still need to evaluate that. Another question was I know a lot of people are encouraged to mail in your comments about Proposition 218, but I didn't hear any read out today, and I was wondering the system for that. How is that handled when people will give public comments, but they email them instead of, because they can't show up here today? And the last comment, I'm not gonna be able to stay around for the cow. I thought the cow was already resolved a couple years ago, that there's so little ridership that I don't see how it makes sense to keep that going. I mean, dial-a-ride makes a lot of sense, but for the many empty seats on the buses that you see, a lot of buses sitting around, 9 o'clock to 3:30 services, I think it can be done a lot better with even Uber. We could supplement Uber for far less than we're paying for keeping, 4 buses going. But that's all I have to say.
All right, and I am supposed to thank you for your public comment. I am supposed to let you talk about the dial-a-ride and the cow during that agenda item, but I just let you talk about it up there because you might have to leave before that agenda item. So thank you for sharing your comments about the cow and the dial-a-ride. That will be an agenda item later in the meeting. In my conversations with city staff and public works and the city manager, actually, because the discount, the $40 per bill discount for low income households is a flat amount, it's not a percentage, because it's a fixed discount of $40 per bill, depending on a household that uses less than 20 CCF, they eventually will get to a point where their bill this year will be lower than their bill was last year. Because since they're only paying for what they're using, and then they get a $40 discount, flat amount, not a percentage, some households are going to have a lower bill this year than they had last year. Is that right, Alvin?
That is correct, yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Sean Quarles.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members and city staff. And first of all, thanks to the sheriff for hooking that up a little safer for us. That's awesome. My name is Sean Quarles. My family has lived in this neighborhood for over 40 years. We've been deeply involved in this city as educators, coaches, business owners, and community partners, and we care deeply about the long-term health of this neighborhood. I want to be clear from the beginning. Well, first of all, let me clarify what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the cameras in the Morning Sun tract. I live in that tract. So what the thing that Sophie and Mel were talking about, that's what I'm addressing. And these glasses are for like this, so I can't see any of you guys right now. So anyways, this is, I want to be clear from the beginning that this is not an argument against safety. Like I said, we want safety just as much as anybody here. This is about how safety is implemented and whether it's done lawfully, thoughtfully, and with accountability. As of today, over 30 private-owned surveillance cameras have been installed throughout our residential tract. Many mounted on public utility poles without authorization, without resident consent, and without any formal oversight. These are not city-owned systems. They are operated by private individuals with no publicly defined rules regarding access, data, retention, or security, or liability. I have personally spoken with city code officials who confirmed that these installations are unlawful and that removal was directed by January 10th of this year. As of today, the cameras remain active. This raises serious and unresolved questions. Who authorized these cameras? Who has access to the footage? How is that access secured? And who is liable in the event of misuse, a breach, or an infringement on privacy? Now, some have argued that cameras make us safer, but cameras do not prevent crime. They document events after they happen. In our neighborhood, these cameras haven't resulted in arrests, identified suspects, or had any kind of measurable reductions in incidents. What they have done for sure is introduce constant surveillance into daily life without consent or trust. My family walks our neighborhood every day. We experience the impact directly with motion-activated floodlights activating as we walk by. We walk by this pole, and then camera tracks us to the next pole when that floodlight shines on us. And then as we keep walking, the next one pops on with a red light and shines us as we turn the corner. That impact is not evenly shared by all residents. I mean, if we do more walking, we're gonna see that a lot more than people who don't do a lot of walking or who are outside. So this deserves consideration, I think. I'm also aware that an informal poll is being circulated to show support for the cameras, but respectfully, an informal group text poll doesn't create authority because we are not an association. No group of residents, regardless of size, has the authority to impose surveillance on shared public space that negatively affects even a single household. If safety improvements are needed, they should be city-led. I vote by like a sheriff department or something, but not by like our neighbors, but that's okay. They should be city-led, lawfully authorized, transparent, proven effective, and I think they should be trusted by everybody that they serve. I mean, that's what safety and security is all about. And I'm not asking you guys to pick a side on this. I'm just asking the city to enforce its own rules and require the removal of unauthorized equipment until a lawful and accountable process is followed. Thank you for your time. I think you guys do an awesome job, and I think we have an awesome city.
Thank you, Mr. Quarles. I wanted you to know, Mr. Quarles, that we did receive an email from you this afternoon with some written correspondence you submitted to the Cerritos City Council, but it was not considered as written comment for the City Council meeting because of you have to reference an agenda item. Okay, so for example, if you said, January 12th City Council meeting, January 12th City Council meeting, agenda item 6, then the clerk would have included it as a written comment for the City Council meeting. But because it was just a general correspondence, we got it, I read it, but it's not your public comment at the microphone is what became part of the record, not that email, okay? Okay. Deborah Berry.
Hi. So I wasn't going to public speak on this item, but it's 10 o'clock at night. And I don't know, you'll see most of the people are gone. And I don't see anybody around who, I know there's a few people in here that probably maybe have young kids at home, but I have young kids at home. The fact that these meetings go so long. I've been involved in public service for over 25 years. My stepfather used to watch the city council meeting on the television, on cable TV, every single meeting. So I grew up listening to all those old white men, okay? The meetings never were like this. This back and forth, right? The council addressing public speaking. Normally when I go to government meetings and public speaking, when I speak to you right now, I don't expect you to respond to me. At some point, you guys gotta, dude, check your egos and relax, okay? Because what happens is all of this becomes YouTube clips, right? And it just inflames everybody. And this is not public order. This is not how, you know, governmental meetings are supposed to be run, right? And so I know I'm making it longer, even longer meeting, but I'm exhausted. I have to wake up at 5:30 in the morning and get to train and go downtown and go to work, right? And this is why people don't get involved. So let's not take 3 hours to take a picture. Hurry up, get it done, right? I get it, right? But come on, please make it easier. Don't go the back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's not appropriate. It doesn't help the public discourse. All as it appears, and I'm not trying to be insulting, okay? All it appears is that you're trying to defend yourself like a teenager or like my children, right? When my kids fight, you did it. That's the discourse that I'm seeing. And it's embarrassing. Don't do that. It's embarrassing to yourselves. And I understand you're trying to let everybody have something to say and hear all voices, and I appreciate that, and that's awesome. But at the same time, I think that I'm just really encouraging you guys to really try hard to hold back, let the meeting proceed, let the thing happen, ignore the chaos online, right? Because it's just noise. And that's all I'm trying to say, because I want to be involved, but I just can't. And a lot of other people like me who are working parents can't get involved because it's 10 o'clock at night on a freaking Monday, right? So please, that's all I'm saying. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Are there any other speakers? You didn't turn in a card.
No, I did put it on the iPad when I came in.
Yeah, I announced that wasn't working. So go ahead and please address the city council with your public comment. And then afterwards, if you can please fill out a card and turn it in, because we're having some technical difficulties and the iPad is not working.
And I felt that. Okay, I'm here again. Good evening, Mayor and ladies and gentlemen. I'm here again about the safety of my area. You know, now I am a captain of the block. And, you know, I watch for everybody now officially. But I brought this with me because my daughter and I, we do TNR. And almost half of the cats, they were killed from speeding. You know, and this is not right. And I know that I complain all the time on Pine Creek, Indian Creek, and Canyon Creek. And I look every time that we need 3 humps on each one, like every city, for safety and protection. And I know that I call the sheriff all the time, and Captain Strong is the best. Right away, I mean, they are giving tickets. They are putting the speedometer again, but they are giving tickets because people are speeding, and we are inside, not on Alondra and not on Bloomfield. Pine Creek, it's like a freeway, Canyon Creek and Indian Creek. I mean, everybody's complaining, but nobody, I mean, they come and tell me, because I come every meeting and I say the same thing. I promise you, put humps for us on our streets, and you will never see my face or hear my voice again. I swear, trust me. And TNR, my daughter, she does it. She became a doctor, thanks God. She's a vet now. But we do all this TNR. The city doesn't help us. We pay from our pocket. We make sure that the cats, they are vaccinated, spayed and neutered. They don't spray around, like, you know. And it reduces outdoor cat population over time. It cuts nuisance behavior, yowling, fighting, roaming, decrease spraying, strong urine odor, lower risk of bite scratch from other cats, help control rabies because we vaccinate every cat. And this is not right for people speeding on the streets and kill them on purpose. So I'm gonna keep on coming here until you put humps on our streets. And I told you, I promise you, you will never see my face again here or hear my voice. This is the truth. I mean, I have 41 seconds. So please,
Did you say
Mayor.
your name at the beginning?
Yeah, I wrote everything. I came here at 6:30.
Thank you.
And I was the first one to put my name on this iPad. I didn't know it wasn't working.
That's okay.
Okay, so please, Mayor. I mean, we love you. We know that you are the best mayor and the best people here. I swear to God, because since 1990s, we've been complaining about speeds. Since 1990s, and your mom knows, you know? And we cannot live like this. I mean, they are talking about water. I don't care about water. I only care about the safety. Who cares if it goes up and down? But I care about safety. I want humps, if you don't mind.
We're hearing you.
Please.
Congratulations on becoming captain.
I am, but my daughter, she became a doctor. She's a vet now.
Yeah, that's congratulations
Yes,
for that too.
and
Okay.
we are trying, you know, sorry, one
You
more
got to
thing.
wrap it up because your time's up.
Yeah,
So
one more
this
thing.
is your final comment.
And not only about cats, it's about humans, because I told you about this woman. She was walking, and almost a car was going to hit her if I didn't yell at her to move from the street. And I sent pictures too. So people are not safe there to walk. I mean, even walking. So please consider humps.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night. Okay, so seeing no other speakers for item 6, City Clerk, can you please report out the written comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text and redacted copies of the 6 written comments submitted for item 6, inclusive of 2 comments for item 7C, 1 comment for item 7I, and 1 comment for item 7J. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the Office of the City Clerk during regular business hours.
Thank you. Item 7, consent calendar. Do we have a motion to approve?
Second.
I heard a motion from a motion to approve the consent calendar from Councilmember Polito. City Clerk, did you hear a second?
I heard Councilmember Hong.
All right.
Thank you.
Seconded by Councilmember Hong. Let's vote.
The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Item 8A, City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 8A follows up on previous City Council direction and discussion as it relates to our transit services, COW and Dial-A-Ride. Staff has new information to present and is seeking City Council direction. The presentation this evening will be given by Advanced Planning Manager Sabrina Chan, and following her presentation, she and members of the team will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. As the City Council is aware, the city offers 2 public transportation options: a fixed route bus service for the general public, the Cerritos on Wheels or COW, and a demand response Dial-A-Ride service for Cerritos seniors age 55 or older or Cerritos residents with disabilities. The city's contract with its current transit operator recently expired, and prior to entering a new long-term contract, the city is carefully considering the scope of transit services to be provided with the limited funding allocation available. As such, tonight's presentation will further discuss the funding availability for city transit services, the RFP process, and seek City Council direction on future of city transit services. At this time, please turn your attention to the screen for my presentation. For 3 decades, the city has provided transportation services to the public. As a result of the findings in the recent transit assessment in 2024, detailing declining ridership, increasing costs of maintaining transit services, new state requirements for electric bus fleets, and the availability of transit services by other agencies. In October 2024, the City Council directed staff to transition the city's general fixed route service to a general public on-demand transit service with added service to the Metro and Metrolink stations in Norwalk. Dial-a-Ride service was to continue within the existing service parameters. Based on this direction, an RFP was released soliciting proposal for qualified transit contractors for the operation and management of both services. Currently, the city's transit services are funded by way of restricted Proposition A and C local return monies generated through a half-cent sales tax measure administered by Metro. There are strict project eligibility guidelines for the use of Proposition A and C funds, restricting use to transit projects or select public works projects. On average, the city receives approximately $1.9 million in Proposition A and C funding each year, of which $1 million is used to fund the existing COW service and approximately $900,000 is used to fund the Dial-a-Ride program. Currently, no general fund monies are expended on city transit services. However, should expenditures exceed the city's 1.9 Proposition A and C funding allocation, it would require supplementation from the city's general fund. The city released an RFP in 2025 for the scope of service displayed on the screen that was approved by the City Council in October 2024. The city received several responses and identified the top 2 vendors. The costs received to implement the directed scope of service was estimated at $2.1 to $3.8 million. These substantial costs can be attributed to the need for vehicle acquisition, increasing costs of wages and insurance, facility leasing, and vehicle maintenance. After staff's review of the cost proposals, it was determined that the approved service scope to implement the approved service scope, permanent funding through the general fund would be required in addition to Proposition A and C funding. In light of the city's budget constraints and in an effort to maintain fiscal responsibility within available funding, staff worked with the 2 prospective transit vendors to identify cost-saving measures such as trip commingling, a shared project manager and facility with other transit agencies, and the elimination of COW weekend service and service to the Metro and Metrolink stations in Norwalk. With the proposed cost savings measures, costs were slightly reduced to $1.7 to $2.6 million. As such, despite efforts to identify cost savings, some general fund monies would still be required. In an effort to identify service options within the city's current funding allocations, cost estimates to operate solely a Dial-a-Ride service with no changes to the existing scope were obtained and were proposed at approximately $1.5 to $1.9 million, which would not require general fund monies. Staff did want to note that there are currently 6 other transit operators, such as Metro, OCTA, Artesia Transit, Bellflower Bus, Long Beach Transit, and Norwalk Transit, that provide service through or immediately adjacent to Cerritos. Additionally, Access Services provides ADA complementary paratransit service for LA County, including Cerritos. So as previously mentioned, the city receives approximately $1.9 in Proposition A and C funding each year, and the city has been able to provide both COW and Dial-a-Ride services wholly funded by Proposition A and C funding without use of general fund monies. However, due to increasing costs to operate city transit services, the cost to provide both COW and Dial-a-Ride services would not only deplete the city's current funding allocations, but would also require supplementation by the general fund. So in light of the limited funding availability of Proposition A and C funding and the increasing cost to provide transit services, staff is seeking direction on the future of transit services, and in order to facilitate tonight's discussion, has identified potential options for the City Council's consideration. Option 1 is to provide both COW and Dial-a-Ride services based on the scope of services directed by the City Council in October 2024. The total estimated cost would be $2.1 to $3.8 million for this full service option, with costs exceeding Proposition A and C allocations to be supplemented by the city's general fund on a continuous basis. Option 2 is to provide on-demand COW and Dial-a-Ride services with the implementation of cost savings measures. The total estimated cost would be $1.7 to $2.6 million, with any costs exceeding Proposition A and C allocations to be supplemented by the city's general fund on a continuous basis. Option 3 is to provide only one city transit service either an on-demand reservation-based general public cow service or the Dial-A-Ride service, utilizing Proposition A and C funding. The total estimated cost would be 1.5 to 1.9 million, with no general fund supplementation required. Option 4 is to eliminate all city transit services and work with Metro to explore alternative uses for Proposition A and C funding. There would be no cost towards city transit services with this option. And lastly, option 5 would be any alternative recommendation proposed by the City Council. After an assessment of available funding and costs to provide such service, should the City Council wish to pursue an alternative direction different to the scope approved in October 2024, staff's recommendation is pursuing option 3, providing only a demand response Dial-A-Ride service to Cerritos seniors and persons with disabilities. A notice of public hearing regarding this item was published on January 2nd, 2026, and posted at the city's 4 designated posting boards, providing a 10-day public hearing notice. I did want to note that should the City Council elect to implement a service change, including elimination of transit service, the city is required to provide an additional 30-day public noticing period. Please also note that this item is exempt from CEQA review. So as such, after conducting a public hearing, staff is seeking direction from the City Council regarding the future of city transit services. In order to facilitate tonight's discussion, the various options discussed in tonight's presentation are presented on the screen. As previously mentioned, staff recommends option 3, which is to continue to provide a Dial-A-Ride service to Cerritos seniors and persons with disabilities, and likewise discontinue cow service. So at this time, staff is available to answer any questions that the City Council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina, Chan, and thank you to Mariel Angeles and Ryan Carey. And you know, you said it. I didn't see it on the PowerPoint, and I didn't see it in the written report, but you said, I'm confirming what you said verbally, because it wasn't on the PowerPoint, it wasn't in the written report that we got last week. You said staff is recommending option 3.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Yes, staff is recommending option 3.
Because as you can see on page 6 of the agenda report, it doesn't say that.
If I can direct, you are correct, it's not listed in the recommendation section. If I could direct your attention to page 4 of the agenda report, there's a paragraph right after option 5. That starts with after an assessment. Staff recommends pursuing option 3.
Thank you.
So it was put in here as
it was put in the middle of the agenda report. It wasn't put on page 6 where it says recommendation.
That is correct, because at this time we would like to seek City Council's direction.
Was there a PowerPoint that said you recommend option 3, Dial-A-Ride?
It was, you are correct here where it was only in my script, but not the PowerPoint.
Just want to make sure that we are clear with the City Council and with the public in attendance and watching that that is the staff recommendation.
Absolutely.
Okay, I will now see if we have any questions from the council. Councilmember Hong?
Thank you for the report. I totally agree. I think city staff has made a very good recommendation. I personally agree with the option 3 because I think a Dial-A-Ride is very important for our city. But cows, I see a lot of the time is empty. So if we get rid of that, can we get rid of the vehicle as well? Can we sell them? You know, that way we can save some money too. Thank you.
Councilmember Say, do you have any questions?
Yes. With the transit closing, resident, do we have some kind of accessible transportation information, not just only online? I suggest creating a trifold brochure with the bus schedule and alternative options to be placed in public area if we can, such as the CPE area, Liberty Park, and or library. This ensures everyone can travel safely and easily if staff can do that.
Thank you, Councilmember Say. Staff pamphlets on the Dial a Ride program are placed at city facilities, and we will continue to ensure that that is maintained.
Yeah, the special transit agency, your schedule, that we can help them. Because I remember when I live in Oakland, they give us a schedule, tell us what to do. Yeah.
Yes. We
Thank
can
you.
Definitely do that.
Councilmember Polito, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I have a general question. But first, thank you, Ms. Chan, for the presentation and to your colleagues for the preparation of this report. I'm looking through it and I'm trying to find if there's any information about how many city employee positions, full-time and part-time, might be impacted by these various options that we're considering.
Thank you, Councilmember Polito. The Advanced Planning Division currently oversees transportation services. That's one component of the of our position. We also oversee several other items in community development. There's 3 to 4 staff members that do work to serve the public through transit inquiries, review of reporting. There's lots of reporting that we do have to do to Metro and the federal government. These staff persons, but they not only do they work on transit, but they support the city in other community development aspects, such as housing and special projects and other transportation-related items, not necessarily just Cow and Dollar Ride.
And how about the drivers and any
Sure,
of the
sure,
maintenance staff
sure.
for the vehicles and so forth?
Thank you. So currently, our contract services are contracted out. Transdev is our contract provider, and so they are hired through Transdev and not the city.
What was it, Transdev?
Transdev, that is the company, our transit operator. They were formerly First Transit.
Okay.
So the bus drivers of COW are not city employees.
That is correct.
Thank you. Good question.
And
Councilmember Polito.
now I'm curious about that contract. And when was it last renewed? When was it established? Was there a public process, competitive bidding process that
Yes.
the city went through?
Correct. So the previous contract was a 10-year contract, and I would think it expired about 2 years ago. There is a competitive bidding process, and even before the competitive bidding process, a transit assessment is done to ensure that the service that the transit provider would provide would meet the city's needs. And so likewise, we are kind of in the same position now where we have completed transit assessment. We went out for requests for proposals with competitive bidding. We did receive 8 proposals, and we worked through them to ensure that these companies could meet technical requirements and then also cost effectiveness. And so here we are today.
So we're in
the
only 2 years into a new 10-year contract?
The contract, my apologies. So the contract did expire about 2 years ago. So we're going month to month right now.
I see. I see. And you said First Transdev?
The company is named Transdev, Transdev, and they were formerly First Transit.
Oh, okay. And so the current contract, were they the previous contract that held for a decade?
Correct.
And that was from 2013 to 2023?
Correct.
Okay, and
so currently we're going month to month with
Got it,
the same contractors, just to ensure that there's continuity of service.
did they have the contract prior to 2013?
Correct.
How long total has Transdev and previously named First Trans providing service to the city? Anyone have history?
I can go ahead and answer that. Thank you, Councilman Polito. So the current contractor operating on a month-to-month began in 2013. Prior to that was a separate 10-year contract that actually was awarded or operated, managed, et cetera, by MV Transportation. When that 10-year contract with MV Transportation expired and we went through the public bid process, and First Transit, who was Transdev, was awarded the new 10-year contract. Transdev First Transit retained Cerritos drivers from MV Transportation. So they hired the drivers from MV Transportation, and those many of those drivers are still operating our buses today.
And MV
Transportation.
Transportation had it from 2003 to 2013?
Correct.
And did they have it prior to that? From 93?
No, before that was Laidlaw. So Laidlaw, then MV Transportation, then First Transit Transdev. And then before that superseded me.
I don't even know if we had Cal. prior to
Actually, you're correct. The cow started under Laidlaw.
that. In the 90s, right?
Correct.
Got it. And again, currently, they're not city employees. They're under contract on a month-to-month basis.
That is correct.
Okay, so this isn't subject to meet and confer with Local 619?
No, it is not. That
Okay,
is correct.
thank you. Excellent. Appreciate it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, do you have any questions? No questions. Option number 4 says identify alternative use. If we eliminate all city transit services, option 4, identify alternative uses of Prop AC funding. Proposition AC funding, on average, the city receives approximately 1.9 million in Proposition AC funds each year. So what are alternative uses of Prop AC funding? Because it's a restricted fund. If we don't spend it on cow or dial ride, what are other things we could spend Proposition AC funding on in the city of Cerritos?
Thank you, Mayor Yokoyama. Metro has provided guidelines for Proposition A and C fundings. They are quite restrictive. This funding must support transit in some way. So general operations of transit, but like you asked, other than that, there are select public works projects that would need to get approved by Metro first, and they all have to have some sort of nexus to public transportation. So we'd have to go to Metro and work with them to identify eligible projects.
Are there any examples you can give us right now?
I can go ahead and answer that, Mayor. In the past, on very rare occasion, the city has used Proposition A and C funds for public works improvements, crosswalk improvements to promote alternative modes of transportation, i.e. walking. And so crosswalk improvements. And then there are very limited street projects that it can be used on, say, to establish a bike lane, to promote alternative modes of transportation, like I said, crosswalk improvements. So ultimately, the funds are restricted for alternative modes of transportation purposes only.
Thank you. I will now open the public hearing and public comments on this item. Deborah Berry.
Good evening once again. I'm really here representing my 82, almost 83-year-old mother who has used the Dial-A-Ride service quite a bit, especially since she broke her ankle and she no longer drives. So I'm representing her comments, and she wanted me to let everybody know the decline in service. So I'm glad to see that we're going with a new provider, because she's been abandoned multiple times at Kaiser and Downey, where they left her there, and she actually had to get a lift to get home, or an Uber. So she's now, at some point, she just stopped using Dial-A-Ride because she's like, forget it, it's not even worth the cost savings. So then she just started taking an Uber instead. So in terms of the options, I think I agree with the sentiment. I take public transportation to work. I love transit. If I could have the cow, it comes right outside my neighborhood. If that had reliable hours and increased hours that I could take, that would be fantastic. And to connect it to the Norwalk Metrolink or the Metrolink stations, but particularly the Norwalk Metrolink, there's options there. if we had the additional funding to do that, I'd be like right on. But I think we really should focus on Dial-A-Ride, but also improving Dial-A-Ride and making it the best Dial-A-Ride possible. Because quite frankly, like myself, like I have a car, you know what I mean? I can get to the Norwalk station, but seniors can't. Seniors can't get out to, my mom can't walk out to the street to catch a bus. You know what I mean? It's not possible. So, but not only really just spend all the money, focus on Dial-A-Ride, but making sure we pick the right vendor and making sure we provide really good service. So again, I think there's probably a lot of consensus. I was so happy when I remember when the cow came, and I was like, and we had the whole contest to name it and like all of that. I was like, and so it was kind of sad to see the cow go, because remember when they actually looked like cows? It was super fun, right? But yeah, so I'm sad. I would be very sad to see it go, but really our seniors, the people that just don't have, and I don't know, I'm sure, and I've heard disability mentioned, but again, making sure that scope of service includes anyone who potentially can't drive, right? So thank you very much. And I'm done for the evening, so I can go home. Thank you. Good night.
Ms. Berry, thank you so much. I really appreciate your public comments. So thank you. Catherine Pasquale. I appreciate your public comments too. Thank you for participating in the democratic process and exercising your First Amendment rights. Thank you.
First of all, I just checked and I don't think I received a transit update email about this being on the agenda tonight. And so there's a specific list that it's been going out to. I may have just missed it, but I just searched my email and I didn't see it. So I've been following this process now for what seems like a couple of years. And so I've been at a lot of meetings, a lot of hearings. And I just happened to notice last night that this was on the agenda. So I remember Mr. Moore came, he presented stuff, we made some decisions. I understand things get more expensive. From the beginning, I liked the idea of what is essentially option 2, which is having the two services basically be combined. I remember us having conversations where if it is an able-bodied person, they are going to walk to a corner that is like a major intersection as directed by the app or whatever. And if it is a person who is elderly or disabled, they will get picked up in front of their home. It was something where we could prioritize the people who would be considered Dial-A-Ride, and we can also still serve others in the community. So I don't know if that like combining the two into one service plan is still feasible, still on the table. I have colloquially been calling it the mini cow for a couple years now, as I explained to people what I thought the plan was. I know that like what we had come up with was having two separate services, but I do think that like you could have one fleet of vehicles that operates as both. So my pick would be option 2. And just remember that public transit is a public good. It is not revenue neutral. It is usually run at a loss and should be for the good of the community. But I do agree with Ms. Berry in that I have been trying to get my mother-in-law to sign up for Dial-A-Ride because she tells me her feet go numb. And, you know, I hope that we will get a contract where we can brag about its wonderful service and get people using it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Pasquale. Are there any other speakers on this item? City Clerk, please announce for the record the written comments received for this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text and redacted copies of the 2 written comments submitted by the deadline for item 8A. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the Office of the City Clerk during regular business hours.
Seeing no additional speakers, I will close the public comment period and public hearing. Does the council, wait first, so Dial-A-Ride, as currently operating, and if we continue Dial-A-Ride, the idea is it's for seniors. So is it 55 and older, or is it the same as the senior center, which is 50 and older?
Dial-A-Ride is currently operated for seniors 55 and older,
Okay.
as well as persons with disabilities of
Okay.
any age.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm going to wonder out loud why we consider seniors at the senior center 50 and older, but we consider seniors for Dial-A-Ride 55 and older. Okay, so does the city council have any additional questions or comments? Councilmember Hong?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do have residents call and complain to me about the service of Dial-A-Ride. They say a lot of the time they're not reliable, or their timing and everything. And at that time, I have referred this issue to our city manager. And I think what I heard is we're under a new contract, or with a new service. So I don't know if that's happening or not, but I think the service is very important. So if we conduct a new contract, make sure the service is there, since we're having a contract with them. And this is the only service we're providing. We have to make sure the residents are satisfied with what they're getting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Say, do you have any questions or comments?
No, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Say. Councilmember Polito, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I think your comment about 50 years old or 55 begs the question, could we expand it to include 50 and up to be consistent with our policy over at the Cerritos Senior Center? Or is there a limitation that by policy or by law that prohibits us from doing that?
If the council were to direct a revision to offer Dial-A-Ride for seniors 50 and older, that could be accommodated. Any expansion of eligibility will limit, availability of service, but it will also increase demand. So it's positive with that as well. But if the council directs 50 plus, we can expand the service to 50 plus.
And my thought is that if you get people in the practice of utilizing it earlier, then maybe they will enjoy it for a longer period of time, and they will tell their friends to look forward to that service when they become 50.
Absolutely.
Like on my 50th birthday, I was excited to go to the Cerritos Senior Center and become an official senior. It's kind of odd, but yeah, that's what I did. Thank you. No other questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Kristen and to Ryan, Sabrina, and Marielle for the thorough report. And also thank you, Sabrina, for the information you provided regarding transit ridership data, which I requested. We've seen over the last 5+ years that annual ridership trends on the COW have significantly gone down. What was once an annual ridership of about 111,000 back in 2018, 2019 is now about 18,000 annually in 2024, 2025. And in addition to that, summer months are lower than during the school year. So over the last 5+ years, we've also seen Dial-A-Ride annual ridership trends decline from 25,000 back in 2018 to 2019 to about 16,000 in 24 to 25. So clearly transportation options are changing, everyday needs are changing, trends are changing, and costs are rising. The city needs to adapt to current trends while fiscally staying within range of the transit funding we receive from Prop AC funds, which are restricted. So option 3 does provide residents with a transit service at a cost of $1.5 million to $1.9 million without the use of general fund support. And I also realize that choosing one over the other will result in transit gaps, and I realize that. So I do think that option 3 provides a transit service that does meet the needs of our a certain part of our residents without the use of general fund money. And if we should go with option 3 with only using dial-a-ride, I'd like to request that staff work with Metro for alternative uses of any surplus funds from POP AC should there be any surplus funds left. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. So looking at the future of city transit services section on page 3 and page 4 of the agenda report, and Sabrina has told us in her report that the city receives approximately 1.9 million in restricted Prop AC funds every year. That means that option 1 and option 2 is going to cost us money out of our general fund. That means option 2 is going to cost us potentially $700,000 out of our general fund, and option 1 is potentially going to cost us $2 million out of our general fund. That's why option 3 will be, based on the total estimated costs, will be fully covered by our annual Proposition A and C funding each year, and option 3 will cost us 0 out of our general fund. Did we, in our 25-26 budget, provide for general fund money to our dial-a-ride and cow service in 25-26? Did we budget for general fund money to be spent on that?
Thank you, Mayor. I can go ahead and answer that. Given that we're in the middle of this determining what cow or dial-a-ride would look like, which, as Sabrina mentioned, started back in 2023, for purposes of the fiscal year 25-26 budget, staff maintained a status quo of expenses and revenue. So in short, the answer is no. The current budget did not include the use of general fund money because we operated on the assumption of the current fixed route and dial-a-ride service.
So thank you. So according to this agenda report, going forward, option 1 and 2 will cost us money out of our general fund, while option 3 should be covered by Proposition AC restricted funds.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kristen. Okay, council members, do we have a motion?
I'd like to make the motion to move to approve the option 3 as staff recommended.
Okay.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to that motion, unless Councilmember Polito would like to, regarding the age.
Oh, yes. We forgot of that, yes.
Well, I just wanted to speak to that. I had asked a question about it, 50, but I would like to find out what that would cost. So at this point, I would rather keep option 3.
Mm-hmm.
But if staff could report back if that there would be significant change, or if it's 0.
So I agree to your request for consensus to hear back from the city manager's office on what the cost would be for expanding this service significantly to include 50 and up instead of 55 and up. That's a uncertainty. That's a big question mark that was not in this agenda report.
Yeah.
But also right now we have an incomplete motion, because option 3 would be to operate only one transit service. I haven't heard that in the motion or the second or any friendly amendment.
I'd like to make the motion on the option 3.
Again, I think what you're asking then, Mr. Mayor, is to the option Oh, you're asking which transit method?
Right. Currently, option 3 requests
Oh, you gotta pick one.
direction on either.
Option 3 is the continuation of one city transit service. I haven't heard a
either
motion yet that
on-demand cow
I
or
haven't heard a
dial-ride.
motion yet that we can vote on.
Okay, option 3 with dial-a-ride. And then, are we gonna talk about the age later on? But I propose, I'd like to make a motion, the option 3, dial-a-ride.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilmember Hong. Do you agree, still second the motion, Councilmember Say? Thank
I have
you.
a friendly
You didn't
amendment.
turn on you didn't turn on your microphone
I'm
when
so
you
sorry.
talked.
I know. I'm so sorry about that.
A friendly amendment. And that we also continue with the alternate transit providers, including the 6 other transit agencies, and that we also direct staff to work with Metro for alternative uses of any surplus funds from Prop AC.
City Attorney, that can also be a separate motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, right? It does not have to be made as part of Councilmember Hong's motion. The two of them could work that out, right?
You're referring to the consensus to report back on the
No.
extension?
No.
She wants to continue working with the other transit services, which can be a friendly amendment or it can be a separate motion, which is not inconsistent with Councilmember Hong's motion. So what is your suggestion? Should it be a friendly amendment to Councilmember Hong's motion, or can it be a motion that we vote on after? If Linda gets a second, we can vote on it after Councilmember Hong's motion and Sophia's second.
My understanding is that the alternates transit agencies that provide service will continue to provide that unless there's additional negotiations that I am not aware of. But they will continue to operate as they currently are. So there's no additional need to
Amendment.
amend this to include that because they'll just continue operating.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I also wanted to add that if there's any surplus funds left, that staff continue to work with Metro.
I would like you to make that as a separate motion
All right.
after Councilmember Hong's motion.
Okay.
And seconded by Sophia Say, and I gladly will second your motion afterwards.
Okay. Mhm.
Okay? But I heard Councilmember Polito say he wants to second it.
Amendment.
Okay.
The second
So
amendment.
Councilmember Hong made a motion for option 3 to continue with dial-a-ride, seconded by Sophia Say. Councilmember, let's vote.
The motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great. So we will now continue under option 3. We will continue as described in the agenda report, continue with dial-a-ride. And Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, did you have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move that we direct staff to work with Metro for alternative uses of any surplus funds from Prop AC.
Second.
It was moved by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson and seconded by Councilmember Polito. Let's vote.
And Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
can I just ask a clarifying question?
Sir, of course.
If I heard you correctly, with regard to the age requirement, that there's concurrence from the council to direct staff to come back after they've studied it to report back what that might look like?
Yeah, you made that request for concurrence and you got it.
You got it. Just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
That's good information that we can make informed decisions about.
Great.
Thank you.
And can I add on to that? If in the study of that, if we could find out to what extent there are under 55-year-olds utilizing the Cerritos Senior Center, because I would imagine that would be a group to market potentially the use of the dial-a-ride services if we consider in the future expanding it to include 50-year-olds up to 55-year-olds. Thank you.
And if I may announce, the previous motion passed on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. And we will now take a short break. Let's make it, let's return at 10:15. 55. 10:55, please. Okay, we're back. Thank you to the audience members for sticking through this meeting with the hardworking city staff. And like our friend Charlotte. Okay, the next item is 9A. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 9A follows up on previous City Council direction to bring back a report as it relates to potential regulations concerning nitrous oxide. The presentation will be given by Advanced Planning Manager Sabrina Chan, and following our presentation, staff will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. In response to concerns related to the misuse of nitrous oxide and a concern for public safety at the October 28, 2025 City Council meeting, the City Council directed staff to provide information on a potential prohibition on the sale and or consumption of nitrous oxide for recreational purposes. The item before you tonight is in response to such direction and seeks City Council direction on preparation of a development code amendment accordingly. Nitrous oxide, commonly referred to as laughing gas, is a colorless, non-flammable gas with legal uses in medical, dental, automotive, culinary, and industrial settings. It is commonly used as an anesthetic for minor dental procedures or as a propellant in steel aerosol canisters for whipped cream. Despite its legal uses in select industries, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, and the County of Orange Healthcare Agency have recently released reports discussing concerns regarding misuse of nitrous oxide, leading to health concerns with repeated use due to the widely accessible nature of this product. Currently, under the California Penal Code, the possession of nitrous oxide or related substances with the intent of intoxication is considered a misdemeanor. As part of staff's efforts to understand the regulatory framework and actions taken by other cities thus far, a survey of other cities was conducted. Several cities, such as the city of Bell, Rialto, Huntington Beach, Laguna Niguel, and Tustin, have prohibited the sale of nitrous oxide for recreational use, with exceptions for legitimate uses in appropriate industries. Other cities, including Costa Mesa, Newport Beach, Oxnard, Port Hueneme, Santa Ana, and San Jose, have enacted prohibitions to restrict the sale of nitrous oxide at smoke shops. Information on actions taken by other jurisdictions is provided on page 3 of the agenda report. Currently, the Cerritos Municipal Code does not contain specific regulations prohibiting the retail sale or distribution of nitrous oxide. The absence of local regulations limit the city's ability to regulate this public safety concern. While the Cerritos Municipal Code does not currently contain regulations for the sale of nitrous oxide for recreational use, over the past several years, various code amendments have been enacted by the Council to regulate the retail sale and or distribution of other substances and products such as marijuana, medical marijuana, and electronic cigarettes. Pertaining to marijuana and medical marijuana, the city's code declares marijuana and medical marijuana activities as a public nuisance and unlawful. As such, dispensaries, cultivation of more than 6 plants, commercial deliveries, and personal use on city property are prohibited within the Cerritos Municipal Code. Pertaining to electronic cigarettes, which includes vape and associated paraphernalia, the sale of electronic cigarettes and use of electronic cigarettes on public property is prohibited. Should the City Council wish to amend the Cerritos Municipal Code to regulate the sale and or distribution of nitrous oxide, staff is requesting direction on the development of the potential code regulations to address nitrous oxide use with the understanding of its legitimate uses in certain industries. Should the Council direct, staff will begin efforts in preparing a code amendment accordingly. It should be noted that due to recent state law changes, a 20-day public hearing notice is required for all code amendments related to permitted uses on real property. As such, a code amendment would be prepared for Planning Commission and City Council review in March 2026. This concludes my presentation. At this time, staff will be happy to answer any questions that the Council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina Chan, and for that report, and Mariel Angeles and Ryan Carey. And this is very important to me because I prioritize the city of Cerritos being a safe city, and just like safety equals the suppression and reduction of residential burglaries and car burglaries, safety also means keeping our residents safe from drug abuse and from just like this city council took the action where we addressed the threat to our youth with vaping and their access and use of vaping products in our schools, even as young as elementary school. And we prioritized, the city council and city hall prioritized keeping our residents and our youth safe from the epidemic of vaping. And that's why staff put together a excellent ordinance that prohibits throughout our city the sale of vaping products. Because we're not going to make it easy for our kids to get vaping products. Our elementary school and middle school and high school students to get vaping products in the city of Cerritos. So just like the epidemic of vaping products, our residents are facing an epidemic of recreational use of nitrous oxide, which, just like this agenda report says, and it also references the report by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, otherwise commonly known as the CDC, where the recreational use of nitrous oxide, otherwise known as laughing gas, can cause severe neurological, cardiovascular, and psychiatric symptoms with repeated use. And it is becoming a popular choice for abusers. So I like what I see our cities, our California cities are doing, but especially it seems like our Orange County cities are taking the lead in prohibiting this epidemic of nitrous oxide affecting their communities. And with all these cities that are prohibiting the sale and distribution of recreational use of nitrous oxide, those abusers have to go to the other cities to buy their nitrous oxide, and I don't want them coming to Cerritos to buy the nitrous oxide for recreational abuse. So I understand that there are legitimate uses in our car industry, bakeries. That's why we can follow the lead of these Orange County cities and these other California cities where we're prohibiting the sale and distribution of nitrous oxide for recreational use, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Right, Sabrina? Because you reviewed all these ordinances, that's how you were able to create this excellent table that shows that we're following the leads of these cities that are keeping their residents safe and their visitors safe from the epidemic of nitrous oxide. Do we have any questions from the City Council? Councilmember Hong?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do agree your statement. That's very true. And it's not only for the safety, it's the maintaining our Cerritos standards, because we want to be a safe and clean city. And if we have this open, we gonna have, it's a slippery slope. So we cannot allow this in our city. I remember way back, a couple of years ago, when on the Marquardt Street and close to South Street, I think the city of La Palma is going to have one dispensary over there, and even our resident went there to protest that. And I was very impressed with that, because a lot of Cerritos residents think they're too close to our city, so they try to stop it, So I do agree with what Mayor and what the staff provided, the information, and I do agree we shouldn't allow this in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hong. Councilmember Say?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank you, staff again, and the mayor, bring this item to the council. As a healthcare professional, I see this not as an issue of punishment, but of protection and education. Many people, probably especially young people, as Mayor just mentioned about, are unaware of serious health risks associated with nitrous oxide misuse, including long-lasting neurological harm. While local regulation alone cannot prevent access as well or online, it's still important that we do our part by strengthening oversight and increase public awareness. My goal should be to guide, inform, and protect our community, helping people make safe choice for their health and future. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Say. Councilmember Polito, do you have any questions?
I have no questions, but I just want to make some initial remarks, if that's
Sure.
okay.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I just want to say thank you for your leadership and for bringing this to the attention of the city and bringing this, through staff's efforts back to the council for consideration. The first time I heard about abuse of nitrous oxide was back in college in the late 80s, early 90s, and to hear that it is still an issue, enough that we now have an opportunity to take a stand here in the city. I'm glad to be in this moment. So I'm looking forward to public comment. I see that a couple, maybe 3 folks have remained here, but also eager to hear the discussion on the council about what our city might do in the face of this epidemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Polito. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
No questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I will now open for public comments on this item. Would any member of the public like to speak on this item? City Clerk, please announce for the record the written comments received for this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text unredacted copies of the one written comment submitted by the deadline for item 9A. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the Office of the City Clerk during regular business hours.
So seeing no further speakers, I will close the public comment period. Does the council have any additional questions or comments? Councilmember Hong, do you have any additional questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Say?
No, Mayor.
Councilmember Polito? Do you have any additional questions or comments?
I don't. I don't. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
No comments. I just want to appreciate, Mayor, you bringing this to our attention and for your leadership on taking up this item as a public safety matter to protect our residents. So thank you very much.
Thank you, my council colleagues, for continuing together this city council prioritizing the safety of our residents and visitors to our city in every form of safety. Thank you. So I'd like to make a motion to direct staff regarding developing a code amendment that prohibits the sale and distribution and consumption of nitrous oxide for recreational use within the city limits.
Second by Sophia.
Thank you, Sophia. Hold on for 1 second, but you will be seconding it. And also, along with any necessary CEQA environmental analysis for such an amendment. Do you second that? Yes. Okay. It was moved by myself and seconded by Sophia Say. Let's vote. Thank you, council colleagues.
The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
That means a lot to me, council colleagues. Thank you. Item 9B. City Manager, do we have a report on item 9B, 5K Run Walk?
Yes, thank you. This item also follows up on previous city council direction to bring back a report with details related to a proposed 5K run walk event honoring the city's 70th anniversary. The presentation this evening will be given by Annie Hilton, Director of Community Cultural Services, and following her presentation, she and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. As the city manager indicated, staff is bringing back a report on a proposed 5K run walk. To maximize participation, staff recommends holding the 5K on Saturday, May 30th, 2026. It is recommended that the event be held at the Cerritos Sports Complex. The location has a successful track record of hosting similar events. As shown on the slide, the proposed course route would consist of 2 laps around the sports complex and Don Kanabe Regional Park, using only the walking paths. This proven route would eliminate the need for street closures that would significantly increase the cost of the event and require assistance from the Public Works Department and Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department personnel. Upon completion of the 5K run walk, post-event activities would feature food trucks and with refreshments for sale and vendors offering information on health and wellness. The estimated cost to present a 5K run walk is $14,000. Funding for the event would require a budget amendment as the adopted fiscal year 2025-2026 budget does not currently have available funds to cover this cost. Participants would be charged a modest fee to encourage community participation. In addition, staff would seek sponsorships to help fund the event. It is respectfully recommended that the City Council review and discuss the information provided in the staff report, authorize a new budget allocation in the amount of $14,000 for the 5K Run Walk event, and approve and authorize the city manager to plan and implement a 5K Run Walk event to be held at the Cerritos Sports Complex on May 30th, 2026. This concludes my report, and at this time, City Manager Robert Lopez and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your report, Annie Hilton, and also give our thanks to Samir Patel. Do we have any questions from the council? Councilmember Hong?
Well, thank you for the report. I do like this kind of activity, everything, but the only thing my concern is this is not within our budget. And that's my only concern. I hope when Parks and Recreation, when they have a new suggestion or proposal, they will also consider if this is already in our budget or not. For this, hopefully, if we can have a sponsor to do that, I will go for it. But if we have to use our general fund, that is not including in our budget, at this moment, I would probably say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hong. Councilmember Say.
Thank you, Mayor. With some road repairs are temporarily deferred due to timing and funding constraints. This doesn't mean we stop investing in our community. I want to say it again. This does not mean we stop investing in our community. This $14,000 allocated for the 5K run is a one-time. Modest expensive to celebrate our city. I think most important is not just 5K, also celebrate our city's 70th anniversary, promote health, bring residents together. This event delivers meaningful community value at very low cost and does not replace our long-term commitment to infrastructure improvement. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Say. Councilmember Polito.
No comments, no questions. Thank you.
And Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. No questions. Okay, and I will now open for public comments on this item. Are there any speakers on this item? Okay, City Clerk, please announce for the record the written comments received for this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text unredacted copies of the 2 written comments submitted by the deadline for item 9B. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the office of the City Clerk during the regular business hours.
Okay, thank you for sharing that with us, City Clerk? Okay, so seeing no further public speakers, I will close the public comment period. Does the council have any additional questions or comments? Any of my council colleagues have an additional question or comment?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Polito?
Yeah, I did think of a question. To what extent will staff coordinate with our local school district, our local community college district, and in particular the athletic programs, cross-country teams, track teams, to encourage full and complete participation from the young folks, so that they could be a part of this 70th anniversary 5K run walk event? Are there any thoughts?
Thank you, Councilmember Polito, for the very nice suggestion and thought. We certainly could reach out to the local school districts. They both have electronic information distribution systems, so we could provide them with event information that could be sent out to all of the students and their parents. And we would also could absolutely reach out to Cerritos College as well as work with the city's communications division to promote the activities and events to our residents.
That's fantastic. Thank you. And the reason why I thought about that is because I attended, I can't remember when it was, but it was in this past school year. There's this annual, what do you call it, cow run, but it's not even done here in Cerritos. I think it used to be. My understanding. I'm new to this long distance running. It's thanks to my son. And I was just amazed at how many people showed up at this event. It was at John Glenn High School in Norwalk, which is great. I appreciate that they have that, but I realized that there's so many people who are into long distance running. I grew up with asthma, so the idea of running long distances was like crazy. But for some reason, I'm just really inspired by my son, who's, yeah. So anyways, I really like this idea, and I'm looking forward to supporting it. Who knows, maybe I will participate in the walk portion of it. So thank you for those efforts to reach out to all the groups that I had mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Mayor, can I make a comment now from that too? Can I make a comment on the 5K run?
Yes, of course.
From ABC Universe School District, we always have every year at fun. We do have a local business support, and I do think we charge them per booth. And also the people participating will charge them. I think at that time back years ago was $30 per person, and there was a lot of people joining that. We divide different age. We have 10 years old, 20 years old, 30 or 40 and 50, something like that. And each one's different. I remember my former board member, Ms. Celia Spitzer, with her husband, they go, around the Sears area. It's really fun. The whole thing I'm looking at is to promote health and make a community together. That's the things I'm looking at. But regarding the budget, I think we can work with the local business people. I remember that we have a dentist show up. We have from all different area, and they do support. So from there, $17,000 should not be that big issue to our city. I think people will come out with a good support from that if we can work with the vendors. And that's my answer, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay.
May I ask Adam a question?
Councilmember.
Yes, I think what you mentioned about before, I did join too. I went to when ABC School hosting it, but it was a great event and I love it. I even went there and I joined. I bought the T-shirt. It's a lot of fun. But my question is, why are they not continuing doing it?
I think they're still working on that. Because I remember 2 years ago they were still doing a 5K thing, but to me, if they're not doing it, we should take over and join with them to make event better. So we get the children involved, and I don't think it's really that much issue. But I can take the lead and talk to the school board. I mean, ABC people, I believe they would support that. Yeah, I think it'll be really great. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So, so I want to say that I love this event. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, for working. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, for championing this event with city staff, and for all of our neighboring cities that have an event of this type, including Artesia. It just it just makes sense to me that the awesome, fantastic city of Cerritos needs to have a 5K run walk. And the imagining of you and Annie and city staff making it a summer kickoff event, because our school district is now ending school in the last week of May. So one of our school districts. And having it on Saturday, May 30 as our inaugural 5K run walk. I'm excited. I support this. And I also note that the fiscal impact for this assumes zero sponsorship, correct? It assumes zero sponsorship.
Yes, that is correct.
And I am confident we will not have zero sponsorship. We will have sponsorship. And I believe that with the city councils, the 5 of us suggesting sponsors, because I don't want to call anyone out here at the meeting, because I want to be respectful, and you're going to reach out to them. You guys are going to reach out to them, and you're going to get us sponsors. I am confident that the estimated cost will be significantly covered by sponsorships. Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, do you have any questions or comments?
I have short comments. Thank you, Kristen, Annie, Samir, for bringing this report to us. I'm pleased to hear we are going to be doing this 5K run separate from the city's 70th anniversary day of April 25, 2026. I think having it on a separate day gives this event the individual attention it deserves while still celebrating the city's milestone anniversary. Yeah. As a cross-country parent, I'm also very familiar with the Cow Run and have worked with Coach Jason Watanabe when it was first held at Kanabe Park. I know the route, the course is well mapped, and each runner is given a bib and a shoe tag that records their time when they cross the finish line. It's a staggered race with the fastest runners in the front and the walkers in the back. So it's very well organized. So I believe that we are going to do something very similar, and then ending it with a health expo and food truck vendors just even makes it more special. Participants don't have to run it. Many walk it, and many even push their kids on a stroller or pull them along in a wagon. So it truly is a family fun event. And Annie, I believe you have a clever name and theme for our 5K run. If you could please share it with us.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, for your question. We were looking at Celebrate in Stride, Move with the Herd.
Move with the herd.
I like that. I second that.
Move. Love it.
Is that your motion?
Love it. Thank you, Annie.
Hold on a second.
Yes.
And is this going to have a special T-shirt just for the event?
That's what I'm hoping. So I'm in full support of this community event. And in addition, I'd like for staff to come up with an exclusive T-shirt.
Yeah.
Is that in the plans, Annie?
Yes, we were planning to have a special event T-shirt
Great.
that would incorporate the theme and celebration of the city's 70th anniversary.
Oh, that would be great. And sometimes if there's enough time to, if we get sponsors, sometimes sponsors are listed on the back of the T-shirt. So, you know,
That's
we
a
have
great idea.
deliverables as well when we do the sponsor deck.
The T-shirt should include the sponsors.
Yes. So community events bring our community together. Hopefully this will become an annual event, one that will be enjoyed by residents of all ages. And I realize this requires a budget amendment, but as the mayor had said, the funding gap should be significantly reduced pending sponsorship. And it's also in line with our strategic plan goal number 4. Which is economic development. Aside from patrons who'll be contributing to our sales tax revenue by shopping and dining in Cerritos, this just brings civic pride to the city of Cerritos, and I think that's something we really need right now. So thank you for this, Annie, and to Samir.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a motion?
I do.
Hey, can I say one more thing? Can I say one more thing? I did a quick figure. The $200 per booth in a vendor times 20. At least you can get 20 in it. That would be $4,000. And then we charge people $30 per person. About 200 people will participate. Even more than that. So far, very generous figure is will be $10,000 right there in the front.
Yes, work with Annie.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll work with the school district and find out who they are.
I second your motion.
So my motion's options 2 and 3 of the staff recommendation. 2 and 3, and that's it. Yes.
Okay, second by Sophia.
I second.
No, it
you
was,
second
sorry.
already? Sorry,
You could
okay.
third it.
As a new cross-country parent.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve staff recommendation number 2 and 3 by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, and it was seconded by Councilmember Polito. Let's vote.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Okay, legislative items. City Manager, do we have any legislative items?
No items under item 10 tonight, sir.
Good answer. Does the City Manager have a report?
None this evening.
Good answer. City Council Communications. Councilmember Hong.
Thank you. I wish everybody had a wonderful holidays, and we're looking for a better year this year. And I just want to report on January 5th to 7th, I've attended the 2026 CCCA Sacramento Legislative Tour. And it was very, very informative, and we worked very hard, especially through our mayor's lead. We were able to see all our Congress member and our assembly member, and then we present. We tell them what we need for our city, and we, not only that, we also engage with visiting other elected officials, and we actually. Been very active during going through all the office and see if anybody there, and we was drop in and say hello, and we have a chance to even engage more of the elected officials, and we kind of learn about what's going on with this year's, what kind of bills that they want to pass. So it's a great trip for me. It's a very informative and very educational trip for me, learning all this, and I'm looking forward to have more trip like that to strengthen my knowledge and to implement and also bring some more funds for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hong. Councilmember Say.
Thank you, Mayor. Today, I report also focus strictly on my participation in January 5th to 7th on 2026 CCCA Sacramento Legislative Conference. I was truly honored to meet many senators and assembly members, both from our district or outside our district. I want to give a special thanks to our mayor, who took the lead in introducing us to legislative, clearly representing that we are from Cerritos. She used the Cerritos, sharing our city's vision, priorities, and the challenge that we are currently facing. With his guidance, the mayor helped us raise the key question and issues that matter to us as council members. For my focus and goal as Cerritos City Council member, including the Emergency Description Program, Cleanliness of Freeway Off-Ramp, and Adult Program. The mayor gave me the opportunity to directly ask for support from our local senators and assembly members. Thank you, Mayor. I am pleased to share that they all agreed to look into these matters. The mayor also advised me to reach out to the city who has this program, such as Alhambra and Downey. And he even said, do you know those people? I said, yes, sir, I know. I'll look for them, which is really, they have a similar program we have. And I learned from their experiences. Overall, it was a great conference. I learned a great deal and realized that Cerritos is not alone in facing challenges such as water rates, housing, and public safety. The mayor also arranged the meeting with the public safety focused assembly members. We had an in-depth and meaningful discussion. It was clear that mayor's understanding of each legislator's background and priorities helped guide productive conversation, and it truly demonstrates strong leadership. I want to say it again. Thank you so much. But you made me lost 2 pounds because we're running back and forth. On the 5th floor we locked almost every door. He said, I know this person, let's go talk to them. This person focus on this and that. So I really want to thank you. But again, that was a good thing. I told my husband I lost 2 pounds for that visit. Thank you. And that's my end report.
Councilmember Polito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add in on reporting back from the California Contract Cities legislative tour in Sacramento. It was very, very successful. Of course, in addition to meeting with our Assembly member Sharon Quirk Silva and our State Senator Tony Strickland, discussing all the various priorities that our city has with them. We also met with, I'll just limit to just one extra meeting that we took to maximize our time while we were in Sacramento, meeting with the chair of the Assembly Public Safety Committee, Assembly Member Nick Schultz, who is in his first term and is looking towards having a greater impact on public safety in the city of California. So it was really good for us to be able to communicate our priorities since all of us are committed to improving public safety in Cerritos. It was good to coordinate with him as the leader for that important committee in the Assembly. In fact, tonight's agenda item was mentioned by our mayor that we were considering an item regarding nitrous oxide. And he took great interest in that. And in fact, he said that he perhaps tune in. So it's all about relationships in the formation of good public policies and to have open communication to expand on those relationships. And so I felt for the first time in a long time, a level of cohesion and unity in our voice as we communicated with our state legislators that directly represent us, but then also others who are leading in important public policy efforts in Sacramento. And again, I chime in with my colleagues saying thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership and your longtime advocacy efforts with that organization, but all the other regional organizations that you're also involved with. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Polito. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
I have nothing at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So some housekeeping. I want to please reschedule the February 23 City Council meeting because on February 23, City Manager and I will be in Washington, D.C. advocating for the city of Cerritos with the Southeast Gateway Line cities of the Gateway Cities Council of Government together as a group advocacy effort. And So the trip is scheduled to be in Washington, D.C. on February 23, 24, and 25. And I asked staff to let the city council know if February 19 or 26 is available. And there was some information about that request. Can you please, staff, please let us know if February 19 and February 26 is alternative dates for February 23?
Thank you, Mayor. I can respond to that inquiry. The February 19th date is not available for a meeting date as we will be conducting a session of our new Lead Cerritos program that evening. However, if the intent is not to simply cancel the Monday, February 23rd meeting, we could schedule a meeting for Thursday, February 26th.
So, City Attorney, do I make a motion if I want to reschedule the February 23 City Council meeting to February 26? And is it seconded, and then do we vote on it?
Yes.
Okay. So, because City Manager and I will be attending the Southeast Gateway Line advocacy trip with the Gateway Cities Council of Government to Washington, D.C., which is in conflict with the February 23 City Council meeting, I move to reschedule the February 23 City Council meeting to February 26 as recommended by our city clerk.
Second. Oh.
Okay, so it was moved by myself and seconded by Councilmember Hong. Let's vote. And of course, I mean at 7 p.m. Okay, 7 p.m. We're not changing the time, we're just changing the date. Thank you.
Motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. And then, am I allowed under item 11B to make changes to ad hoc committees?
At this time, I believe we have typically agendized that for one of the other items. And so my recommendation is to request the item to be brought back to make the changes.
Okay. And, that would be an agendized item, like we've done previously last year, to make changes to the city council, the City of Cerritos internal committees that are appointed by the mayor. So even if I declare the change or make the motion, it's improper. It has to be agendized.
I believe unless there's some sort of urgency or requirement that would prohibit or would render useless doing it at the next meeting. Like, let's say the meeting were next week or something, then that would be appropriate.
Okay.
But I believe the regular course.
Okay,
would be
so
to
can
bring
we
it back.
please agendize the mayoral appointments to the internal committees and external committees on the next city council meeting, please? January 26th.
Did we have consensus from another?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then, I'm thankful to my city council colleagues for your mutual respect together with each other, and our collaboration and advocacy together as a team for our city of Cerritos and the 48,300 residents of the city of Cerritos and our businesses who we have the honor and privilege of representing and being together as a team. Last week in Sacramento, meeting face-to-face with our assembly member and our state senator and the numerous other assembly members and state senators we met with. And like Councilmember Polito said, we had a sit-down conversation with Assembly Member Nick Schultz, who is the chair of the Assembly Public Safety Committee. And we also had a sit-down meeting with Assemblymember Mike Fong, who is the chair of the Asian American Pacific Islander Legislative Caucus, which includes all of the AAPI California Assembly members and state senators. And we advocated to him to have their next town hall in our city of Cerritos. And they seemed receptive to it. And we found out that later that day, they actually had a AAPI-LC meeting, and he presented it to the committee, to the caucus. And that's what happens when you're at the table in Sacramento. Making sure they know about Cerritos, and the city of Cerritos was being discussed at the meeting of the AAPI Legislative Caucus because we met with Chair Mike Fong earlier that day. So, and I'm proud that, Jennifer and Sophia and Mark all advocated for our city of Cerritos and our residents with the issues that are important to them as duly elected of the people, for the people, by the people, council members of the city of Cerritos. Thank you, Jennifer and Sophia and Mark. All right. So next on the agenda is item 12. City Attorney, will you please announce the closed session item?
Yes, we will now recess into closed session to discuss real property negotiations related to the two properties listed in 12A and 12B.
We will now adjourn the regular meeting, and the council will recess to closed session.